Well, I'm here, but my camera isn't, apparently. Hold on. That makes sense. No, there, that one. Hey, we're back. Welcome back to Idle Chatter, folks. It's Idle Chatter Noodle Edition again. Because lunch is a good thing. Lunch is a good thing. This time I'm going to make sure I eat them while they're hot. Not going to happen. But I'm going to try. This is what we gathered overnight. This is what I like overnight farms. So we turned this off yesterday. Well, last night. This time is not correct at all. Is it? Oh, I know it might be. By the time I shut it off, we finished the variant I was doing. So here's 736 areas of just resetting and gem farming. So about 2,800 gems, some chests, and pendants. Pendants don't really matter. Hey, I'm live. So we're gonna change this. Oh, that's weird. What we got going on? We got a Vajra. Ultimates didn't fire off for some reason. That's super weird. There should have been at least one every Oh, maybe there was only 19. No, that doesn't make sense. Math not mathing correctly here. Oh well. Do I have a just? Can I just get a Brunnor? Can I just get a Brunnor out here with a familiar like this? Brunnor. Yeah. Okay. And then we can go over here to our main party and get back to work. Get back to work. Hello, Dance Lover, Idle Duck, Paul, Zealous, Null, Jules. Hello. Vampire Lee, Sergeant. Oh, code, bot. Hold on. There's an updated, I got an updated code for the bot. It's right on the overlay. There. Now it's right in the bot. You're going to have to do the code again in chat. Hello, Lazier. Ah. Lucian, is Rosie good? As a DPS? Yeah. She absolutely can be. Yeah. Hey, fix it. But yeah. Okay. It's the last day. It's the last hour of the event. I got green stars for everybody. I'm fine. I'm fine with this. I'm happy. We're good. I'm not going to do anything more for the event. We are doing Baldur's Gate stuff. Technically I qualify for Strahd. I'm missing a bounty contract. So we're grinding Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus until I get said bounty contract. Until I get said bounty contract. Recall missing champions, please. Is that it? What is it? What was that? Dragon Bait. There we go. Okay. Let's get this up and running. And then I will get to chat, I swear. We're flying super fast right now because I used a while back we got a free legendary speed potion for something. I don't know. Like an outage or something, and they were nice and gave us a speed potion. And that's doing a lot of work for our grinding right now. But I will get to chat. I just gotta get. This is the vehicle I was talking about yesterday, folks. When I said the vehicle combat in Avernus is just rough. Now we aren't even killing the enemies until they jump on the vehicle, and it slows down our progress. More than you might think. More than you might think. Even though we're still killing instantly, it's not. Rolbetto, Deathcloud, thank you for the follows. I know there's like a stretch and a hydrate and chat. I don't have the ability. I don't have the ability to do that yet. Hold on. Okay. What are we missing? We're going to need another... How far are we going? 300 areas. All right, we're going to throw a 15-minute speed potion and cap out our speed, and we're going to just let it... And we're going to let it cruise. Now I can AFK. Lucian, thank you for the follow. All right. What up, chat? Phone swag. How long do we have to convert the favor from fools to another type of favor? A week after the event ends. But I don't really feel like you need to wait. I am in camp. I am in team convert right away, and get use out of it right away. Like, why wait? There is a team grind in the place you want to put it, and I absolutely disagree with that. I've disagreed with that for like 7 years. Because it's a multiplier, and multipliers on like when you're multiplying against multipliers, like the order doesn't matter. Like it's only if you add, like if you've put in addition or parentheses to formate, like this is order of operations in math. If it's all multipliers, the order that they multiply in doesn't matter. So just multiply your multiplier. Just the only time there's the only exception to that rule, because there's an exception to every rule in Idle Champions, is if you only have like a few hundred favors somewhere, or even a few thousand. Yeah, do a deep favor run, get some favor, and then convert. Yeah. Does a team around Dritz make sense? Like lots of drow together? Well, a team around Dritz isn't lots of drow. Dritz literally ran away from his drow homeland. So a team around drow doesn't make a lot of sense. But a Companions of the Hall team makes more sense. And it can be an okay team. He's not like the most amazing DPS, but he's in a solid place now with the Companions of the Hall. And the Companions of the Hall are Brunor, Regis, Wolfguard, Dritz, and Catti-brie. Those 5. There is a friend of the Companions, Puent, Thibildorf Puent, who's also in the game. You can add him as well. He's got a bonus for them. And then you can fill in as you need, but they have an interesting like affiliation mechanic that's solid. Not amazing, but it's solid. Did we finish up with the unexpected Lindra? Yes. Am I excited about the new Evergreen? Is there a blog post? Hold on. Let me check. I'm looking at the Reddit Q&A. There's nothing in the top post about it. Oh, 150th champion gets closer by the day. She'll be available in the next Vecna update. Okay. I mean, that's subtle. Yeah, I don't know. Spoiler alert, I already knew when it was coming. I know her name, and I know what date she's arriving, and I know what date I'm doing a tutorial show on her. I just couldn't say anything. Still can't. I can't give you dates. I can't give you specifics. Fix it. I don't know what this comment means. I tried the last one of those for getting a patron quest. Not the quickest one. It looked good in list. I don't know what that means. Yeah. Will Saturday stream be an hour-long version of the 30-minute welcome version? No. You literally asked, didn't you do this before? And I said yes. We've done a getting started, an hour, like a 2-hour show, an hour-long thing with another thing. The 30-minute one was Welcome to Idle Champions. That was specifically a way to create a 30-minute video that can be looped over on Steam for people. That is this totally separate thing. Ad break. That means noodles. Ad break means noodles. I got 90 seconds to stuff my face. This is the content that non-subscribers miss. I will allow that. I will allow that, boss. Oh no, not enough time. All right. Sure, just seems like similar content to someone who's been around a while, but to new players, it's brand new. This isn't about this isn't about you, right? So all the people that just came in on Epic, hey everyone, it's still good to see you. For those of you who are still hanging around, uh, they've never seen one of these before. And while there's a VOD, sure, that's not the same as being there live and being able to ask questions, right? I mean, arguing similar content is like, why do we even have these streams multiple times a week? I do this all the time. Isn't that similar content, right? Like it's, yeah, that doesn't. We're not doing the same thing every week. We do mix it up. It's just there needs to be some things that are done regularly. Where can I redeem the code? You hit the little chest button and then you click on this and you put it in here like this. You put it in here like this. Oh, the giveaway got drawn. Okay. Let's see. What do we got? Here, gold chest. Can I have a blue bounty contract? No. Damn them. Damn them. Dritz gets bonuses from Drow too. With me gonna. Yeah, but they don't. Lucian, when you're making a formation, you need to build around the best scenario for the champion, and just because somebody might have a bonus doesn't mean that that's a bonus worth building around. Like if we come in here, this is what you're talking about. Drow Stalker, damage by 200% for each Drow champion in the formation, or 200% for each companion of the hall. Now, there are fewer companions of the hall, but the companions of the hall have bonuses that Dritz cares about. Like if you look in his kit, let's see, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Yes, companions of the hall. Your formation gains 1 Mithril Hall stack. Increase Dritz damage by 400% for each Mithril Hall stack you have. The members of the Companions of the Hall give Mithril Hall stacks, and this is a much bigger multiplier. You chase this one. You don't chase this one. And getting a triple damage isn't like, even if you were picking Drow to go in the formation, you have to make sure they're Drow that would even match him and like help support him. And I know at least one that isn't going to do anything for him. So yeah, I mean, it's part of learning how to build a formation is learning which abilities you focus on and which ones you ignore. Gino Berserk, thank you for the follow. Because going all in on some of the abilities just doesn't make any sense. All right, we're done already. We're done already. Yeah, just a quick run. Just a quick jaunt through hell. The Lost Hollyphant is up next. It's the same formation, 15-minute potion. I gotta load everybody in. Man, I wish I had a bunch of familiars. This is where they would come in handy, right? This is where the automation from familiars makes this so much easier. Then I wouldn't have to click all this every time. Even just having my Modron core leveled up would mean I wouldn't have to stop and choose all specializations every time, but it's not leveled up yet. It's not leveled all the way up yet. Well, not my fast core. I'm working on the fast core. Why is Ishi in here? Oh, I tried to pull that back there again. I changed that. I changed this. It didn't. Maybe I didn't change it there. Maybe I didn't change it there. Which is fair. Game's getting mad at me. All right. There we go. That's probably good. That's probably good enough. Okay. There was a thing to claim. We did it. Okay, 9 adventures. We don't care. All right. Back to chat. Are Twitch drops activated? There are no Twitch drops for this game. The one where the monsters have to jump up. That doesn't, I don't understand the context. Fix it. That doesn't help. There's a ton like that. Here's my thing. If you were working off some list I put in some guide somewhere for something, I tend to list them in the order. Like if it's a list of adventures or variants, I tend to list them in the order that you should do them in. So if you jump around the list and try to do them out of order, you're gonna probably have a hard time. There's a reason I put things in order. Stormseeker patron question. Once you get enough favor in the shop and unlock stuff to buy, if you use that favor, does it relock or stay unlocked forever? Oh, like, okay, so you're talking about like once you get enough favor for a time gate piece, you'll notice the favor and all of this stuff. The favor thing went away. It doesn't matter. But this influence over, or the influence thing. You got me using the wrong words. It's influence for patrons. The influence here stays. So I'm at 603 EO5. Now if I come over here, I've spent a bunch of it, but that's on this window. That has nothing to do with the shop window. So the shop only looks at like your total influence earned over time and unlocks related to that. You can't get rid of this. Over here, you invest it into bonuses, but over here it's just there. And what you spend is the currency. Spend the currency. So 2 different things. Thank you, Fat Mellow. Thanks for the advice yesterday and over the past 6 months. I did end up time getting Dungeon Master and managed to finish Rosie's tier 4. Wow. Nice. Yeah, I mean, Rosie's one of those weird ones that Rosie's like 3rd variant in tier 4. It's one of those weird variants where Dungeon Master was basically designed to help you get through it by bringing in a champion that normally couldn't. Like by being able to go there, even though no one else is supposed to be able to go there, and then bringing in somebody else. Like that's Dungeon Master's strength. Dungeon Master has no other strengths. Dungeon Master literally isn't for regular formation building. Dungeon Master currently exists just to do variants, where you're restricted out. Is Jim a good solution to one unkillable enemy left in boss stages when using Krull? I would say no. Is there a better solution? Yeah, understanding that if you just reset that area and do it again, like that's what Krull does. Krull leaves leftovers. It's a function of his of one of his plagues of traitor. So understanding what's going on and just manipulating that is better than putting in a champion that, I mean, unless you're just trying to AFK, I guess that's an AFK solution. But if you're actively playing, like you just go back an area and then turn auto progress back on and then do the area again. And I mean, it's just kind of bad luck that everything exploded except for one. And you can get out of that. So a full drow team sucks. I didn't say that, did I? But I'm gonna say it's not great. Don't put words in my mouth. Put noodles in my mouth. No, I didn't say that. I said you have to learn how to build a team, and you have to understand how each champion works and what is their purpose. I will pull up. Hold on, let me level these up, and I'm gonna pull up. I'm just gonna pull up all the drow in the game, and I'm gonna give you a quick overview. So as an example, I'm not gonna do this for everything, but I'm gonna explain what you kind of got to figure out. Part of the learning how to play this game is figuring out how champions work together. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to go, show me Show me drow as a species. Oh, it's not going to be here, is it? Because it's all under elf. Oh. Okay. Well, they should have a sub. They need a sub selection just for drow. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we're going to do this for drow. So Cthulhu Draub in his name. Would he work with Dritz? Sure. I mean, he's a pretty generic support. He works with everyone. He doesn't care. BBEG. BBEG wants to work with people who have intelligence of like 12 or lower. Dritz's intelligence is 12 or lower, so technically that would work. That's it. That's the requirement. But Minthara is a drow in the same seat, so you've got to decide. Well, do you want to go BBG or Minthara? Well, Minthara is a drow who only buffs evil champions. Dritz is not an evil champion. Dritz is a good champion, so that ain't gonna work. Jarlaxle and Baloth are over here. Jarlaxle is a DPS. Dritz is a DPS. You pick one, so you can't like you're not. There's not if one is in the formation, the other one doesn't need to be in the formation. So, you know, if you're building it around Dritz, you'd have Dritz in. You wouldn't use that. So you go to Baloth. Baloth will work with anyone. Baloth is an equal opportunity employment person. He will work with anyone. So that would work. Viconia buffs evil champions. Once again, doesn't really help Dritz out. Fenn really wants to buff warlocks. Honestly, Dritz isn't a warlock, so that's not really gonna work. Who else do we got? That's it. That's everybody. So you could put, if you were trying to build with Dritz with Drow, you could use Cthulhu, you could use BBEG, and you could use Baloth. That's 3 functional drow in a formation. Whereas there's 4 functional members of the Companions of the Hall. The numbers just work out better to build it around the Companions of the Hall formation for Dritz. Along with the fact that, like, as I said before, his ability wants you to have other members of Companions of the Hall in the formation. They are an affiliation that has a synergy ability, so they get better with the more of them. Morphos Rocky, thank you for the follow. Not all affiliations are like that, though. But yeah, you got to read the abilities and figure out like how they fit together. And while you can't do that if you don't own them, you can if you go over to the subreddit to my guide page. Listen, here's my plug. I have a guide for every champion in the game over there, and you can check them out and understand what. That's the whole reason I make those guides, so you can kind of understand what they do before you have them and after you have them. Riprian, what happens when the event ends while I'm still in a run? With an event, you stay in the run until you want to leave the run. Events are cool like that. Yeah, it's only with like time gates and trials that when the time is up, it kicks you out. With an event, you can just stay there and finish it. But just remember, if you finish it, you don't get any of these augment rewards for finishing like a variant or something. Because the event will be over, the augments won't be there anymore. Spartan Ghost, you don't happen to know how to fix a black screen. I've been stuck for 4 days, already in the game. Install, verify, check files, Nope, I'm not support. But you can post in the Discord and the support channel and ask for help. Yeah, that's not. I'm just a content creator. Yeah. Just trying to force a patch, like not just close the client, but close the game. I don't know. You said you've installed, uninstalled, verified, but I don't know. If you've done all those things, if you've truly done all these things, some people say they have, but haven't. You know who I'm talking about. Then the only thing you can do is reach out to the CNE and try to get support from Sean specifically. Oh, when this Fool's event, when does this Fool's event, I don't know, that's just a statement. When this Fool's event end, period. What is and when is next event? The next event starts on May 7th. The events start on the first Wednesday of every month. It's real straightforward. You just got to look at the month and the next month and see what the first Wednesday is. And the next one is something. Hold on. What is it called? I've got a list of them with what month they're in. The Great Modron March. It always confuses me because it's May. Not the kind of March they mean, but We wanted them, when they redid these, we wanted them to move the Great Modron March to March. It just made sense. But they didn't. Yeah. Sheer amount of, if I could go back, I would have made sure every time I used Platinum, I got a familiar. The sheer amount of automation that's locked behind the familiars is worth more to me now than golden epics and skins. Yeah. That's why we try to tell people, look, like, skins are fun. Epics, golden epics, you can get that power just from playing, but familiars, there's a limited number of familiars available to earn in the game for free. And they're useful forever. Forever. There's a reply to what you spoke about taking time for them. Okay. I just didn't understand the context of that at all. But yeah. Again, if I have lists of variants, they're in a list for a reason. If you jump around, they're not gonna be fun. All right, we finished that one. All we're doing, folks, is racing through the storyline adventures in Avernus. I'm literally demonstrating, like, the most efficient way to do campaigns is you just do the story. You ignore all the variants when you start, and you just do the story stuff for as long as possible. Until you get through the story. Then you go back, and if there's something that you want, then you could go back and get it. Like, if there's there's evergreens in every campaign, go back and get them. In the case of Avernus here, we're going to stop even before the evergreens, and we're going to do patron stuff, which is not a thing I would normally tell people to do. But in Avernus, it actually becomes like it's just inefficient to do before Avernus. In Avernus, it becomes super efficient. So there's a specific group of a half a dozen variants here that are great for building up a huge chunk of easy patron influence and currency for you. There we go. 15 more minutes. What do we got? 350? Well, works. Spartan Ghost found the problem. Awesome. Resolved it. Cool. Yeah, sometimes for whatever reason, sometimes you have to, like, installing and uninstalling isn't always the fix. Like the way to fix something. I mean, it can be, but like just turning everything off and like shutting the game down, and then shutting whatever platform you're on, like Steam or Epic, down, and then restarting that platform, and then checking to see if the game has a patch can fix things. Verifying files before you then load up the game can fix things. It's weird, but you gotta do those processes first, because this game has a big issue with just kind of memory leaks and stuff that can happen for some people. We talk about this all the time. Like, I don't run into those issues. I know that things start to get buggier the more speed potions I use, so we might see some weird things by the end of this stream, because we've got this speed potion just constantly going. But I don't run into a lot of the issues that other people run into. I also restart my game every day. No. Cold noodles. Waited too long. Why did I think they were going to be warm after half an hour? They're not. Okay. They still tasted good. They were just cold. All right. Hot take: elves and drow should be separate species. No, I don't think so. I just think there needs to be a subspecies indicator for elves, because they put so many different ones in, and specifically for drow, because there's things that call out drow. There needs to be a sub check. Now I know I wasted my champion slots for now. No, look, early on, when you're new, there's no wasting a champion slot. Like, if as long as it's getting you an extra champion and a bench seat, you need it for for overall game progress, and all of those drow are useful, just in different situations. Like, yeah. But yeah, chasing champions when you're new, like chasing champions to try to build a group is I'm not going to say it's not a waste of getting those champions, but it is a bit of waste of your time. You've wasted some time. That's what you've wasted, because the more efficient thing is trying to plan out like getting 2 champions in every bench seat, and then getting 3 champions in every bench seat. Like if I open this back up, hold on, let me finish OCD. I gotta level these up. Just can't not do it. All right. Ownership. Let me go ownership to own. So as you can see, I did really well. I've got 3 in every bench seat. That was like the first thing, was building up these 3 layers, because that gets me access to other things, Modron cores and extra parties. And now I can just pick and choose, and I can go like do a bunch in one, like because I really wanted a Lindra. Well, I didn't, but it was the best choice out of the flex slot. And you know, things may get real off balance now because I don't care. I'm going to be picking for what I want, and I'm going to be picking for 3 types of groups. I'm going to be picking for speed group, so speed champions that specifically are going to help me race through content like I'm doing right now. I'm going to pick for pushing champions that are helping me push my wall further, and with the DPS that I'm using, which on this run I'm basing this run around Ishii. And then I'm gonna be trying to find gold find champions to help me earn more favor. MacBad, thank you for the follow. So like those things are, you know, that's what I recommend early. And then you know, when you get to the point where it's like, okay, now I understand how the game works. I want to build, I've figured out who I want to be my DPS. Then you'll have a bit more knowledge about like how to build a formation around that one specific champion you want to use as your primary DPS. No, let's not get into technically almost all the champs should be the same species. No, it's not how we're doing this. D&D now rates these all as different species. This is just that's the way they're doing it. That's the way we're referring to it. We're not getting into technically any kind of stuff like that. This is all done because of people's racist BS, and calling them species makes this more appropriate. No, Lucian, we're not. Job's done is for when we finish like a difficult variant or something. Not just when Twitch says, "Hey, you should try this." Hey, Oro, when the event ends, you teach us the best way to use the scales of Tiamat. Yeah. Well, I don't know about best, but I will teach people how to use the scales of Tiamat. And then you can do whatever you want to do with it. I will give you information, and then you will make choices. That's how this game works. Sean's doing a Q&A, not an AMA. But yeah, every few weeks there's a Reddit Q&A. I usually like to go review it, but I'm catching up in chat still. So, Jamiria stand in the front line or behind? She's a tank, but kind of squishy. The answer is yes. Miria is a tank, but she's not a tank like most tanks. Yeah, you really gotta read. Really gotta read people's kits and understand how they work. I'm gonna level up Miria so that I can read her abilities. So hopefully, to give you an idea of what you got to do, you got to parse this information. So first ability, Mage of High Sorcery. She increases the damage of all adjacent champions. So this tells you, this is a formation placement queue. This tells you one thing, and that's that she wants to be adjacent to whoever your primary DPS is. That's whoever the DPS champion is that's going to be doing the killing for your formation. Because the way you build a formation is you pick your DPS, and then everyone else you put in is there to buff them, so they do tons of damage. You don't do multiple DPS. That's not a thing in this game. So they want to be adjacent to that DPS. So that's going to be a factor in where you place them. Zombie bodyguards. While she's alive, a bodyguard that shares hit points with her appears in front of each champion in the frontmost column in the formation. When a champion in that column takes damage, the bodyguard takes 90%, while the original target takes 10%. So when it says the bodyguard takes 90%, that means Miria takes 90% of the damage that those tanks would be taking. So if I put Miria in here, in the back, we get bodyguards in the front. And if any of these people in the front get hit, they only take 10% of that damage of that. Let's say it was supposed to be 1,000 damage. They take 100 damage. Miria takes 900. She's tanking the damage for them from wherever she is. If she's in the front line, hits to the other two people, she will soak up damage for, but hits to herself, the bodyguard doesn't stop. I mean, the bodyguard is her health, so there's no reduction there. She's just taking pure damage. Now, she can exist. There's some things about increasing the damage bonuses of things, blah, blah, blah. She can exist in the front line as a tank via her clone situation. So she maintains a stash of clones with a count equal to her soul cage stacks. Soul cage is when an enemy is defeated, Miria can capture its soul and gain a soul cage stack. Her maximum number of soul cage stacks is 1 for every 20 areas completed in the current adventure. So the further you go, the more stacks she gets. And when she dies from taking all of that damage, she pops a clone and she's just right there again. She just goes down to 0, and then her health fills all the way back up. And she does that over and over and over again, a number of times equal to her clones. So she has more health. Like it's her health isn't 340 EO4. It's 340 EO4 times the number of clones she has, which is currently 14. She is one of the 2 most survivable tanks in the game. But if you can't push very far, she's not going to have a lot of clones, and she's not going to be great for you. Maybe. Like, you have to understand that she is taking damage. She's supposed to be taking damage. But unlike other tanks, she can't be one-shot. Because you can only hit her so hard that she loses her current life, and then a clone comes back. So, yeah. So it's not that she's squishy. She's really not squishy. She's actually the opposite of squishy. It's just that you have to understand that she's taking damage from lots of places. I never did stretches and hydrates from the first time. Oh boy. I was eating noodles, answering questions. And another hydrate. Halo M Diablo. Thank you for the follow. Did I say thank you to McBad? McBad, thank you for the follow, just in case I didn't. All right. And about 30 seconds. Hey, Sargoto. Did I miss something? You know, I'm behind in chat. Dusty Monk, I shouldn't do this until after the ad break. What you said about event rewards when you finish an event after the event ended. I'm currently on Area 800 of Beatles Variant 2. If I complete it in an hour after the event ends, will I not get the chest? You'll get the chest. You'll get 1 gold chest. You won't get the item levels. You won't get or the scales or anything. You just get the chest. The chest is the normal reward. But you'll get 1 chest, not 2. All of the augment, none of the augments apply. And we're done. Delkin, I hope you were just making a joke about Avernus. But please let me know. Because out of context when I got there, that's not really something that I understand. All right. A joke. Okay. I'm like, This is sub conversation. We have an ad break. So for subs, I had a subscriber who decided to talk shit and actually make a clip from my stream and then take it over to the ask for help section of the official Discord and then talk shit about me over there. And so I banned them. And then they wanted to know why I banned them. It's like, we're not gonna have a conversation. Like, can we talk about this subject? I'm like, no, I didn't even respond. I just then they messaged me on like Discord or somewhere else. I just blocked them. I'm like, oh, like, what did you think was gonna happen? I also deleted that clip. I mean, look, if you're gonna make clips and try to like shame me with out of context clips, I'm just gonna delete the clip and then block you. I don't care. I don't care if you're a sub. I don't care how long you've been a sub. Yeah. All right. Oh no, the consequences of my own actions. Yeah, look, I don't know. And they want to get real pissy about it's an Artemis thing, folks. Shocker. They want to get really pissy about me not liking Artemis, and it's like, look, I don't need to prove anything about Artemis to you, about my beliefs about Artemis to you. I've done this before. I've done this for years. I'm tired of having to do it over. It's not my job to do it over and over again. All right, we're back. We're back for an ad break, and there's non-subscribers are like, "What happened during the sub break, like the ad break, where I was talking to subs about stuff?" Hey, sub, and you'll find out next time. Dusty Monk. So yeah, just to be clear, once the event ends, you don't get the augment stuff, but basic rewards you get, and the basic reward is just a gold chest for completing a variant. Riprian, why do you have 5 familiars on the field? Aren't 3 enough to collect the things from the floor? They collect the regular stuff from the floor, but 5 collects the boss bag immediately. So it is also a bit of a speed effect. And I like it. Lucian, thank you for the Prime sub.
Thanks, his sidekick.
And Renzo thanks you as well. Yami Tatsuya, thank you for the follow. That name feels good rolling off the tongue. I hope I pronounced it right. Yami Tatsuya. I like the way that sounds. Cucumber Chick, thank you for the follow. 6, yeah. If you're on PC and you hover, if you hold down F, you'll get to see everywhere you can place a familiar. And when you hover over these white boxes, it tells you what they do when you have certain numbers. So on the field, like they're all going to click, and each one's going to click 5 times per second, right? So with 6, you can have 30 clicks per second. But at 3, it's going to pick up what CNE calls goobers. I hate that term, but that's like gold coins and loot items, like the little drop quest items. But with 5, it's going to open the boss bag immediately the second it lands on the field and open it, so you can move forward. Otherwise, there's a time delay. And then 6 will automatically kill the distractions in the background. And normally there's supposed to be a familiar here. Hitting that speed effect. Oh, and normally I'm supposed to be popping a potion. Jeez. Get your shit together. So much going on. There's always so much going on at the start of the stream, and everything's hectic. And then we get to the end of the stream, and I'm just like, yeah. Metaphysica. Right now I have 2 speed champs, Human and Dog? Deacon. Wow. Human and Deacon. Do I need one more? Like slot 6 or 3? Like Halson? Not Halson. Hashtag not Halson. Halson has the speed champion tag. He is not he is one of the worst speed champions in the game. Do not pick Halson. But Deacon, I have Deacon. Deacon's a good champion to have for speed.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
And so do I. Deacon's a good champion to have for speed because he doesn't require you investing into his items to get the speed effect to work. He has a specialization, and there's like a feat, like here, the confidence in the boss feats. But you can just have speed right away, and it's a good effect. GTR Live, thank you for the Prime sub. Oh, hey, we hit my sub goal. So that means it's probably going to automatically adjust at some point. But thank you, everybody. But yeah, some speed champions are better than others in the early game. Some come more online in the mid to late game. Some never work. And I'm going to put Xander and Halson in that category. I don't like either of them. I don't think either of them have a good speed mechanic. There's two other options in seat 3. It's Nahara and BBEG, and I would rather have either of those. Though they both really want a more developed speed group before you pick them up. You have Diana and Sentry also. Awesome. Those two are great. Yeah. Yeah. Shandy will be a good pickup. Eliwick isn't a speed champion, but you want her gems. You want her in there. Oh no, we're giving gift subs. Sub bombs. We got a hype train. Irish Stab. Like stab. Ultra Supreme Boy, Zareel, the one and only Gut, a big 44 on E. You've been subbed. Courtesy of Sargoto. No Percento, thank you for the bits. Scrolling back up.
I'll take that.
I'll take that. Delcoot, thank you for the bits. Balthanon, thank you for the prime sub.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
I beat Renzo on that one. My like sub and bit announcements are characters of like from a game that no longer exists, and I just love it so much, and I miss the characters and the art and the lore. So I have them talk on my stream, and it probably makes sense to no one, but one day it will. One day Renzo's gonna speak, and someone's gonna freak out in chat because they'll know where Renzo comes from. And that's worth it. We got some more gift subs. Pergy Gab, the Pally Dude, Jumping Keck, Nicolay, 1978, Darkland Shad. You've been subbed. Courtesy of Idle Duck. All right. My Desmond was too weak to complete the delicious distractions, delicious diversions, but something to work on for next year. Yeah, absolutely. Also, I think, it's a Cass and Desmond combo, so just, building out good champions that are just going to be strong. I mean, Cass can turn everybody dead, so just you do need a lot of power. Built around Cass. So you're going to need some evil champions. He likes evil. What did I miss? Block talk during an ad? Yes.
I'll take that.
Jules, thank you for the bits. I've trained level 2. It's always why I try to save my questions for the slower bits. I appreciate that, but I mean, questions can happen at any time. Okay, I think we're... Today, closed caption decided that Halson is Olsen. I mean, captions can never do names right. Well, fantasy names. Fantasy names are hard for caption. They have no context, right? Deacon or Thalora for an automated regular gem farm. Thalora. If you're optimizing Thalora, and you need the feat for her to make that work. Is Minsk a good speed champion? No, he's on the lower end. He's on the lower end of speed champions. He's more functional than Xander or Halson. But there's definitely, I hate to say this, but there's definitely a tier list for speed champions. People are going to argue about exactly where they go, but it just in general, if I just go good, okay, bad, Halson and Xander are in the bad. A lot of them are in the good, and then a lot of them are in the okay, and then there's some that are in the okay, and then there's a bunch that are in the good. And I don't, some of them need investments to be good, like items and gear, and yeah. What was the game? Man, does it matter? It was called Dawngate. It was a MOBA from a studio, kind of like a startup studio inside EA called Waystone Games. And I made a fan site for that. It was called the Shapers Guild, which is no longer online. None of my fan sites are online anymore. Because keeping up the paying for the just the hosting is like, I don't know, like why if the game isn't around anymore. But through that, I that was like I went to PAX East. I got invited out to PAX East to be a community rep, like a community member of the community representing the game for PAX East at the booth, and like they put me up in a hotel and all that kind of stuff. I went out for a like a community event in California once at their studio. Like doing PvP stuff. Got to meet a bunch of like League of Legends players at the time that they had invited up to play, competitive Dawngate. It was cool. Good times. I miss it. And then EA just decided that, we don't really understand MOBAs. Like as a company, they decided we don't really understand MOBAs. So even though this is popular and getting a lot of traction and inexpensive, we're just going to shut you down. Yeah. Because it wasn't very expensive a game to make for them at the time compared to a lot of like the way EA spends money, and they just really didn't understand the MOBA market. So we're like, we're not going to do that. It was rough, folks. That was when I stopped making fan sites, because that was like the second fan site I'd made, and the game just got shut down. Not because it wasn't fun, but for some other reason. It's like, Hype Train ended. What did I get in my hype chest? That's iconic. I don't know. Yeah. You got 6 minutes left to spend spend my penance. Oh, I'm right under. I was 74 to 74. Do I want to? I think I do. How many? There's 7,500. Okay. I think. Hold on. I think we need open. God dang it. No, Alindra got there. But I bet she still needs item levels. So we're going to get an Alindra one. So you spend your penance over here on the chest page, and you click on one of the champions you unlocked for the event, and then you drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Otherwise, if you don't, the game's going to spin them for you randomly amongst the champions you unlocked. So make your own choices instead of letting the game choose for you, folks. It does that on purpose. It's a safety feature so people just don't lose stuff. Hey, I got my medium bounty contract. That's key. Bludge. Okay, got it out of the Linder pack too. Yeah, wouldn't have gotten it otherwise. All right, we can unlock Strahd. Dun, 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 dun. Unlock. Boom. Now I've got 3 patrons unlocked. Now, after this, we pause for station identification. No, we pause to go do a Strahd variant, so we can get some influence to buy another Timegate piece. Atsy, thank you for the Prime sub. How often do you see new champions? One a week or one a month? One a week. One a month. New champions are introduced with events. So there's 12 events a year, one a month. And then there's one evergreen a year usually. So there will be a total of 13, but when the evergreen drops is random. They just announced today that there should be an evergreen soon, but we don't know exactly when that means. All right, so I'm going to come back over here for Strahd, because we're going to do Overwhelming Force. This is the first of the Efficient Patron variants and the only one that we have unlocked. Efficient Patron variant is a decently high area goal variant, so 500 in this case for Strahd, that has no real formation restriction. It just says enemies do more damage and they move faster. I don't care. And it gives us a ton of influence and currency, so we do these first. Wow, yeah, they do move faster, don't they? All right. Now we are going to be restricted out here. 500 areas. Who do we got? No. No. Okay. I can't use my DPS here. Okay. So I'm gonna have to use a different DPS for Strahd. That's fine. Everything else looks good. Everything else looks good. We're gonna go Dragon Bait in the front. We'll use this boy just for speed. I'm thinking this is gonna be, since they're available, we're just gonna do Beetle and Grim here. That makes the most sense. We're gonna Shandy. Don't put this here. Put this here. Oh, maybe they go here. No, we want them here. We're gonna Shandy. We're gonna Caddy Bree. Faux show. Just gonna speed through this. Let's get them into some of their spec choices. Volo's in the back. I don't know yet. Eliwic's gonna be in front of there. And we'll just have Miria in the back. Yeah, this works. Okay. This is a pretty solid formation. All right, so 500 areas. We'll throw 15 minutes of speed down. We'll see how far we get. We'll also be, you know, kind of passively completing potentially some of the challenges for Strahd and getting more currency that way. But by doing a quick run here, we're going to be able to get the influence we need for our time gate piece. Won't be enough to do the Modron component chest. That's going to be, usually I time that for a Burnus. We unlocked our Modrons real early, and I just did not want to stop and grind patrons just for that. But maybe I should have, honestly. So we're racing through this game so fast, faster than usual. Ism, thank you for the follow. All right. So 1 minute, folks. 1 minute to the end of the world. No. What happens after? Nothing. The event goes away. There will be a thing that tells you when the next one is. If you have any of these extra benefits, the scales, you'll be able to use them after it. Your event boons will go away. So this row of power is all going to go away. Which reminds me, I'm going to need to put a click damage potion on now. And then you go do whatever you want to do. There should be an emergence event starting. And we will talk about that once it starts. Yeah. This is just kind of like, these are the downtimes between events, and there will be a patch. There's going to be new adventures, but the new adventures are usually for end game stuff, late end game stuff. Yeah. Dawngate, rip. Yeah. How can I convert Lyra's favor? You can't until the event ends, but I will show you how to do that afterwards. I don't think I've heard of that particular MOBA, but it was great fun. Yeah, it actually changed a lot about, like, League of Legends obviously was the, 800-pound gorilla in the room. Still is. But it actually forced League, like Riot, to change things. Like, to change some things. There was a lot of, like, quality of life changes that came out of Dawngate showing, oh, hey, look what you can do if you care. So yeah, it actually had an impact on MOBAs in general, even though it wasn't around as long as it should have been. Balthanon, trying to decide if I should bother finishing off this Caddy Bree variant, given that I'm not going to get item levels out of it now. I mean, you still want to do it. You're still going to get a gold chest out of it. It's still worth the gold chest if it's easy to do. Yeah, that was the whole, like, for 6 years, all you got from event variants was gold chests. And then in this last year of 6.5 years, in this last year of events 2.0, we've gotten other things, and it's great, but the gold chests are, yeah, grab that gold chest. You got to get gear for that champion. He's the Grim Reaper studios. They're just they're profit driven because they're a publicly traded company, and that, you know, they're not creation driven, they're profit driven, and you got to keep that in mind. There's some good games that come out of there because the developers aren't profit driven. It's the executives that are, right? I just got above 3K an hour with a 3K an hour? You should be higher than 3K an hour. I don't understand what's going on. With a 3-jump riv, you should be getting more than 3,000 gems an hour. Open Electrum chest with meshed up my perfect jump. So now I'm bone until I buy the feet from Earth. That's not true. I grinded up to 4-jump using an imperfect Briv. Like, that was how you did it before those feats came out. And honestly, the feats that are round down feats are for like 7-jump. Like, normally you wouldn't get the influence for when you're trying to get like for 2 and 3-jump. Like, yeah. I don't know. I mean, do whatever you want to do, but I'm just saying. Again, how to convert favor from the event. Is the event over? Okay, the event is showing as 1 minute, and you see we're starting to freeze up and have some issues, reporting errors. This happens at the end of events because everybody's trying to reset their client. And so when everything calms down a bit, I will reset and I will show you what you do after events. What happens if I'm in a Festival of Fools event when it ends? You stay in it. It doesn't end your run when the event ends, balls. I said this before. You stay in it. With events, you stay in it. You can be in an event run for a year or 2 or 3. The people like Mars and I both had old accounts that we've logged in on and been like, oh, like the last time I played this was an event, and that was a year and a half ago. And you're still in the event. It's only time gates and trials that force you out. And you still get a gold chest, but you just don't get the augments because the event is over. Did my gem farm die last night with a server hiccup? Probably. But why would I have known that the server hiccuped? I haven't checked it, so it's broken, I'm sure. I've gotten like nothing this week. It's broken multiple times this week. If you could design a patron, what do you think would be an interesting requirement for patron to have? Oh, I did this once before. You know what? We're going to talk about it while I turn this off, and I'm going to give it a second before I go back in again. Can I find it? I designed it. I designed a patron. I wonder if it's still... No, I think they got rid of that channel and deleted everything. I don't even think it's archived. Dang it. Hold on. Let me find out. Yeah, I don't see it anywhere. Okay. I designed Patron Garowar a long time ago in like the Idle Champions Forge or Fan Forge or whatever, which is where you could just kind of create stuff and post it. But it was just for fun, and I think they removed it when people found out that they weren't ever going to use any of it. Like that, it was just for you to have fun. Like there's copyright, like legal issues around them using your ideas, folks. If you don't know this, that's why normally they don't want to listen to ideas or see ideas because it's, legal stuff. But I designed Garowar as an event patron, so a patron that gave you bonuses only when events were active and helped you do event stuff because it made sense, right? Because I made event guides at the time. So it had stuff like, speeds up your progress in events, or gives you extra credit for this, or more favor from event runs, bigger conversions. So the local blessings were only in event runs, and then the globals were everywhere, right? And then the globals were things like boosts to event champion. Yeah, it was fun. It was a fun little concept, like because we didn't have anything, and one of the things was it allows you to do patron or to do like the patron variants. We're doing event variants again, which now we kind of have tiers. Low, see, we're frozen. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew I didn't wait long enough. All right, I'm just gonna leave it off for a second. We talk. Maybe it's a duck day. No. So yeah, it was fun. Playing around with ideas like that are fun, but the chance of things getting like that into a game are zero, basically, because they can't take your ideas and use them. It gets in trouble. They could get in trouble if they're not compensating you for it. Right? Different when they're having like that's what freaked me out when they started doing dev insights and people would make suggestions and then they'd actually do it because I'm like, wow, they're dancing they're an indie studio. They can dance that line a little bit, but they can't like take a champion concept or anything. Yeah. All right, let me catch up in chat and then we'll try the game again. But now it's quiet and I have to listen to my own thoughts. Heaven forbid. Yeah, this is what happens when an event ends and everybody tries to restart their client at the same time. It's just they can't fix this because normal server loads, the game is fine. But when an event starts and when an event ends, it blows the calls go through the roof and everything gets screwed up, and you don't spend a ton of money just to make that okay and then to have it fall off. And oh man, had that root beer sitting there since the stream started and drank it all. A year after an event variant. Wow, that might be enough time for Xeraphon to almost have their buff maxed out. Oh boy. We're looking into it. Okay. All right, folks. So we don't have anything on the screen. Well, we got some champion names on the screen. I'm going to go over here. We've got a blog here. We got a blog post. Let me see if I can get the blog post to show up right. Okay. Boom. Vecna, Eve of Ruin. We're going to hell. So today's update is for Vecna. This is what I said, it's the in-game stuff. So it won't affect new players. Travel to Avernus in search of the final rod piece. So we get the last piece of the rod of 7 parts. Spoiler alert, there's 7 pieces. In case you didn't figure that out from the context. All right. Oh no, Lurking Rider's gonna hate this one. The variant is every 5 minutes of real time. All enemies' health and damage are increased by 100%, stacking multiplicatively. Better go fast. Well, you can't on a potato. You can't on a potato. Oh no, anti-up. You may only use champions with the gold find roll. And you gotta go 1,050 areas? Ugh. Ugh. Wow, okay. Yeah, this is hard stuff, but you should have a developed account by then, right? Yeah, hello, Rust. How you doing? How you doing today? Yeah. Ishi. Hey, what's up, Ishi DPS? Vecna even ruined tier 4 blessings. Sent to the Archmage's local. Increase the favor earned by converting other favors to the Wizard's 3. Sure, but why doesn't they needed this in Turn of Fortune's wheel? Oh my god. Heroes of Renown increase the damage of champions with a total ability score of 80 or higher. Oh, that's cool, because usually we just see 75 or lower. Recruit Windfall, so Windfall confirmed next Evergreen for Vecna Eve of Ruin. Apothecary Adherent. Increase the damage of all champions by 20% for each active potion. So it's like a BBEG effect. Stacking multiplicatively. You don't want that going all the time, but that's an interesting bonus for specifically like the last area on an adventure when you need more damage. We're in an ad break. Chromatic Dragon Emergence, though. So now we know we're killing dragons. Killing dragons. Range long, yeah. All right. Are we back yet? Ah. Oh, well, it gives me a second to look at my raid account. How are we doing in clan versus clan? We're ahead. I don't care. We got all our rewards. On the non-personal rewards weeks, I don't get. Everybody get the minimum and get your free stuff, and then I'm happy. Oh no! Oh, I didn't even think about that, folks. If you were trying to do if you were trying to do one run and do multiple tiers of a variant, it isn't going to work because multi-tier is part of the event. Ooh, that hurts. I didn't even think about that. That's my bad. All right, chromatic dragon emergence. This is what's coming up. Dragons are prepping their breath weapons. So you got to kill a bunch of dragons. They're available in free plays. It's super easy. Golden epics, grims. I don't know. Slot 4, Ray is slot 5. Feats for spurt, Myria, beetle, and grim. Ooh, heavily armored from Myria. That's going to be worth it on my main account. Skins, High Lord Myria, and Dragonlance spurt. Dragonlance spurt. Huh. Okay. Chests don't matter. Don't get chests. And then support pigments are back. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right, let me John put a gif of a black loading screen in chat. People thought that just the gif wasn't loading. Troll. Troll. Let me see if anything came up in the epic Q&A. Oh, I guess this is shown on screen too because I still have that up. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. Yeah. It's just like, we still haven't planned a place to put all the other pigments yet. It's like, well, put them in my inventory. You can store them there. But no, seriously, like, why does it take so long to come up with a new place to put pigments? Maybe a Tarask champion. No. No. Oh, potions of Tiamat be able to be crafted with alchemy? You can't? Those are scrolls, not potions. So, never? Plus, they're garbage. I don't know. You shouldn't want them, if I'm being honest. You shouldn't want anything but them. Are we back yet? Is anyone back yet? Oh, I shouldn't ask if that would encourage people to try to load up the game. I've got an eye on the Discord. We'll see. What else we got? No current plans to add more modern cores. That sucks. A timeline for trials reworks. Yep. All right. All right. Nothing really. Nothing. Is this what you meant in the announcement when you said we're going to hell? Yeah, apparently. Apparently, Sean was referring to the servers going down. Yeah, maybe there's server issues right now. They're working on it. Is server, yeah, job. Everybody that look, the servers are down. They're aware. We just have to wait for them to bring to fix whatever's going on. So don't try to log back in. Just close it out. You can hang out and chill with us. We could talk about how cheap it is. Can't show anything off, but we can talk about the game. But yeah, it's better if you're not trying to log in while it's broken, because that's just gonna make it's just gonna make everything worse. It's like the game's going, I can't pull over any further. I'm already pulled over. I can't. What do you want? Yeah. Idle Champions, Vecna, server is ruined, yes. Yes, total noob question. Solid oxide. Still in a Festival Fools run. Will I still get credit for finishing it? You will get credit for finishing like one tier of it. If you were trying to do multi-tier, that turns off with when the event turns off. But you will get like a gold chest from it. Yeah, you can still finish it. I thought my game was working okay. I just thought we had waited enough time for me to restart, and I was wrong. I can admit that. Oh, well. It can be duck time now, please? So we used to play this game, folks, called Placid Plastic Duck Simulator whenever the servers went down. And I mean, we could, but I have all the ducks.
Renzo thanks his sidekick.
Hey, pal. Thank you for the Prime sub. I'm trying to use your name as an instruction, pal. Yeah, so, but I collected all the ducks, and I don't know. Hockey. No, we finished hockey. We finished hockey. I mean, I'd fire up Elroy and the aliens, but then I don't know if I'd come back. Idle Champions is too much fun. If you finish it during the next event when multi-tier comes back online, I don't know. What if that happens, J-Dog? You tell me. Never seen your duck collection, so personally I'd be down for it. Oblivion Remaster. No, I'm not giving them any money. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Like, also, it's like, oh, also, my gem farm in the other room is now broken for sure. I should probably go shut that off, and then I could open up Steam in here, because right now I can't even open up Steam in here. I mean, I can open Steam, but I can't play anything unless it's offline. And somebody's trying to message me. Why did that? Oh, somebody did. Hold on. Okay. I don't like messaging me on Steam is not a. That's what here is for. Or Discord. First gem form is what's breaking the server. It's not. It's not. All right, hold on. I'm gonna be right back, folks. Let me go shut off my my other client. I'll be right back. Okay. For all we know, the servers got borked because of all the server calls for people trying to spam their Briv chests, like with tokens right before the event ran out. Who knows? Who knows? I could totally see that happening though. Okay. Is everything? It's okay. This is back up now. Illumavari, thank you for the follow. Let me see what happens. No. It's just locking up on loading user account. Okay. Revise family sharing. Oh, interesting. I used to just have to go offline and not everything would want to be offline. I don't want to make a second account though. I don't know. That seems like a lot of work. That seems like too much work. As silly as that sounds, that just seems like too much work. I can just turn my jump farm off for a while. It's fine. It's okay. I will live. Oh, God. Okay. You know what we could do? I think this is fitting. I think this would be fitting. But now I got to change the game over. Hold on. Hold on. We're just gonna leave this on the Idle Champions overlay. But it is not Idle Champions. Let's do some dwarf stuff. Do some dwarf stuff. Take that however you hear it. What was it? What I was doing? I was doing weapon masteries, right? No, I was doing class mod masteries. All right, folks, if you have not seen this game, this is a Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. This is a Survivor-like version of Deep Rock Galactic, where you play one character, and you just gotta survive. And they just had a recent update. I've been playing a lot. Oh, it's got audio. Hold on. You guys are gonna get echoes. Okay. All right. Give me that damage.
You're cute, but you're dead.
Okay, this is the axe one. This is the axe one. Okay. Hey, can I ask you a question? That's this one. That's this one. It's me. Dodging, 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 dodging. Yeah, reload speed, please. Thank you. I need to throw more axes. Damage? Get out of my no. Come on. Pick him up. Pick him up. I want that. Okay, new weapon. Boomerang. Corrosive Slide. The boomerang is fun. But I think we need some AoEs. I think we need some AoE. Yes, please. Thank you. Okay, we'll get that guy when we have some more. This is going to be a rough one. I can tell this is going to be a rough one already. Yeah, there's a swarm incoming. This is why we got an AoE. This is why we got an AoE. Quick chance.
Yes.
Reload speed.
Why not?
Those axes.
Prepare to fight for your life. A big swarm is approaching.
I want that. I want that thing that I'm chasing. Why? Nice. 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 That's what we want. More reload speed, please. We need more uptime. We need more uptime.
Just the upgrade I was looking for. Bingo.
Boss is out. Boss is out. Uh-oh.
It's mine.
Uh-oh. I still never got my drop pod either. Alright. There we go. That's what we wanted. Yeah, let's make my weapon prettier.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Weapon range, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Give me all this sweet, sweet XP. No reload speed. Here's the problem. This is all... Okay, no, I can just run around here. Drop on it. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, team. Thanks, team from space. I don't like these. Pick 3 levels.
It's calling to me.
Cryo grenade, yeah.
The bugs are gonna wish they brought
We're not gonna have a lot of damage, but no, no, not this. No, prettier, prettier. Here we go. Ooh, explosion radius.
upgrade's gonna
That was good.
change my life.
More explosion radius. Yeah, yeah, okay. Now I gotta get out of here. Now I gotta get out of here. And I want all this.
It's a little extra special.
Gabe should be back. All right. Well, we're kind of stuck in this run. Can't stop this run until we get to the end. I can't stop this run until we get to the end.
Taking you to stage 2.
But once we get out, once we've done this run, I gotta go through 5 levels. I'm not gonna pause. All right. Reload. Yeah.
Talking.
More damage.
Clock. Rock.
Reload. Pickup radius. Reroll.
We got. Doesn't hit
More item levels. More damage. More damage.
more options.
More options. Yeah. More damage. More options.
I'm feeling lucky.
HP.
Now
Yes.
this is
Okay.
a rare treat.
Idle Champions Deep Rock Galactic crossover win. I mean, I wish. I wish that Idle Champions did stuff like that. They don't. They don't. I think that's a neat trend with indie games nowadays, where they cross over with other games. It's super neat. But Idle Champions just wasn't. I mean, they just didn't design their production to do that kind of stuff. Plus, because they're a Wizards of the Coast IP manager or whatever, I don't know. That can cause issues too. Like WotC has to approve everything.
Swarm detected. Lock up and get ready.
Gimme, 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 gimme. I said gimme. Alright. 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 That's not great. That's not where I wanted you to throw those axes.
Big swarm detected. Lock up and get ready.
This is a very... I've made some poor choices, folks, so far. I got a super high level thing, but it's not doing any damage because I just wanted to get it to its upgrades. But that's not super helpful currently. Currently we need damage, and we don't have it. Stun Sweeper. Ooh, tons more XP. Okay, there we go. Now we're gonna get levels. Now we're gonna get damage. 3 beams, hell yeah. There we go. There we go. Now we're an acid sprinkler. That's what we like to see. Well, there's our damage. Here's our damage. Oh, yes. Give me a legendary upgrade, please. Okay. Potency? Yeah, with the acid, sure. Oh, hey. Triple XP. This is the problem. Now that I'm a damage sprint, like an acid sprinkler, I just leave fields of experience behind me. I gotta go back and pick it up. Gotta go back and pick it up. Basically crawl down. Ah. This is more a dinar after eating Mexican. I don't know. Dinar after taking Ipecac? Okay, I don't actually want to kill the boss yet. Because there's stuff to mine. Never got to the mining part of this. I gotta get my stuff. Oh, okay, I gotta get around it. Ooh, 20%. I can't turn that down. Drop pod. I gotta get to the drop pod, but I want to get my resources. And there's a bunch of experience out there with my name on it as well. I'm not gonna get that either. Where is the drop pod, by the way? Over there. Okay, that's helpful. Yep. I'm moving. I'm moving. All right. Weapon range, yes please. Weapon damage, yes please. Heal. Yeah, it's the only way I can heal. XP, HP. I mean. Good chance. Yeah, good. All right. Stage 3, 3 of 5, 3 of 5, and then we will get once I either complete this or fail, we will go back to Idle Champions. You gotta have something else to play when servers go down, folks. Otherwise, you just get frustrated, huh? Find yourself something fun like this. Yes, give me that. Explosion radius, hell yeah. Spread that damage over a bigger group of enemies. I'll be very clear, folks. I am not pretending like I am amazing at this game, but I enjoy it and I've gotten pretty far in it. So, you know. Do what you want to do in a game like this, not necessarily what I do. Alright. Where's more free stuff? I want more stuff. Swarm is approaching. Uh-oh. Oh, we got the big spitters out, too. Okay. Okay. Pick up radius. There we go. Potency or weapon range? Weapon range and reload. Okay. Hi. How you doing? Oh, I gotta clear this out. I really want the one that heals you at the end of a run, but I'm not seeing it. Alright, well, give ourselves a magnet. Yeah. There we go. A lot more reload speed. We're pretty efficient on reload speed for that now, I think. We need more damage. We're at what I like to call the Field of Dreams stage of upgrades, where I just create these huge fields of acid, and my pickup range is now big enough that I'm also just picking up all of the experience dropping in them, and it's great. Oh no. Oh no, we're gonna damage. Damage. Where is it? It's over here. Just get me out. Get me out of here. Oh, it took so much damage. Yeah, I was worried that you wouldn't get the event tiers because the event's over. If you got them, that's great. I just wasn't sure. And I had said that you should, but then I remembered, oh, that's tied to the... Oh, we want that. When we come back, we want this next time. I don't have the gems. We'll take this, we'll take that. All right. I need more damage. Hey, Lurking Rider, and I have not been able to keep up with chat. I can't keep up with chat when I play this game, folks. Too busy. The servers were having an oopsie day, Lurking Rider. So we were doing a run of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Rock and Stone. Their new patch is real good. Oh, look, it's a golden one. The golden loot bug. It gives you experience now too. Lots of experience. Cool. It's cool. Hi. Hi. Were you looking for me? Hi. I will kill you, sure. Step right up. Oh, is it? Okay. Then let me just sit here and create a field of acid. Maybe. Okay, never mind. They didn't show up quick enough. Oh, this is good. This is a good place to be. I like this. Yeah. Perfect. This is great. Awesome. Okay. Swarm. I just took out a swarm. Can you give me another one? Okay. Don't we always have a swarm open? Explosion radius, yes. Yes, please. You just said a big swarm was approaching. Boss time. Alright. Damage, please. And we kite, and we kite, and we kite, and we collect. 50% damage, yes please. 5 to everything? Sure. Where'd they put it? Over here. Hey. Excuse me. Coming through.
Excellent work, Miner. Stage complete. Stage 5.
Okay. I wanted this.
nails to match.
XP materials, yes. I want this. I want that. Yes. Damage, damage. Oh, I need a heal. And now I'm basically out. Okay. Alright, last stage, folks. Then we'll get back to the game. Yeah, the drone's got a huge upgrade in this patch. They are ridiculously strong. I mean, I always enjoyed them before. I thought they were fine, but now it's just wild what drones do. I mean, you gotta level them up a little bit. But still. They got some better overclocks in now. Nice. There's still some bad, like what I would call bad overclocks. Which I don't like. I don't like when you like pick an overclock and it basically just screws you. I don't feel like there should be that kind of overclock, but I'm not the designer of the game. So all I can do is complain about it. Oh, and more acid damage. Or we could burn things. I feel like I want to go acid damage because then they'll give me upgrades that boost all acid, and then then they're doubly effective. Maybe. I mean, they are doubly effective. I'm thinking maybe they'll give me some of those. We're pretty far in it. Hoping they'll give me some of those. Horrible damage, sure. I don't really need the gold or the gems now. I don't get to go shopping again. All they do is give me experience by collecting them. Stencil, fire rate and reload speed, sure. This is very much a stand still and let everything die around me build. Doesn't always work well, but you get certain setups and it's just fun. You just stand there. And everything marches on you and dies. That's the boss comes out of that egg. There you go. Last little mini boss here. Crit chance. What's our crit chance up to? 74%. Awesome. Okay. Now the boss will come for us. Wow. Alright. There it is. Oh, it's a double. Double trouble. The key to double trouble is you kind of want to be in between them. If you can make that work. While dodging the fireballs. Yeah, see, it's just not working. If they get too far, if their health gets too far apart, they come together and they heal each other. Like they share their health. So you can spike one down, you absolutely can. It's just, I find it more efficient gameplay if you take them both down at the same time. Like that. Like that. So. And we're done. Where's the drop pod? There it is. Oh. Okay. Awesome. So this was a mastery run. So now I get 18 max HP, 6% damage when I'm using specific things. Like I've done all the in this game. I got all the permanent like upgrades. So I'm just trying to get all of the mastery stuff and do all the extra content in my free time. All right, Idle Champions. Let's go. Get back to Idle Champions. It will start up for me. Take these headphones off. All right. I missed everything in chat, folks, so just to let you know. There we go. Back to Eva Ruin. Skins. Hey, there's my things. There's Chromatic Dragon Emergence. You know what we totally forgot this entire time? I forgot to turn the music on, and that's why the servers went down. Okay. What were we doing? Overwhelming Force, 500. Trying to get to 500. I need a level. At least the game was running offline. You know what I mean, folks? At least I got my offline progress. So we still made progress. Get to the change line. Let's just get through these 500 areas and all. Let me get everybody leveled up so we can continue making progress. Once upon a time, folks, there was no such thing as offline progress. And when your game shut down, so did you run. It just stayed where it was. Oh, you can't see. Oh, that's right, because I did this different. Hold on. There. Alright. Once upon a time, there was just nothing. Like, you'd just come back and be on the same level you were on. Oh no, the event boon baseline speed is gone. So painful, you know. So is that fire breath potion and the extra gold, all of it. Yeah. Okay, so the event is now over. Now it says next event, the Great Modron March, even though it's going to be in May. I will never stop making that joke, folks. Ever. So now we just got awarded a bunch of scales, Tiamat, and you can see them in your inventory. It's be under currencies or the general inventory. These help you forge, like I said, used to forge legendary gear. We're gonna do that. You can keep opening bounty contracts, and what happens is they go over a currencies tab and they turn into these event tokens, the generic ones. And when the next event starts, they'll turn into whatever that event's tokens are. So you're not losing anything. All right, Chromatic Dragon Emergence. We're gonna forge some legendaries, but let's go talk about the emergence. Dragons are invading the Sword Coast. During the emergence event, dragons will arrive in free play adventures. So free plays, but if you are doing something that has dragons in it, those dragons will also count. But free plays is the best way to do this, just like a free play a day. By defeating them, you can collect corrupted gems, and there's an amount that you can earn that goes up constantly, kind of like event tokens. It goes up every minute or so, or 30 seconds, or who knows what. The total maximum will be 31,500, but it won't reach that max until the last day. So you can earn gems from drops and gems from quests. So defeat the dragons to get the gem drops. Defeat the dragons to complete the quest. It's 100 dragons a day. So it's a total synergistic event. The quest is defeat 100 dragons, and you want to defeat 100 dragons to get the drop gems anyway. You just do free plays, like a free play a day to get your 100 dragons. And then towards the end, you can then farm some to get more if you needed to. Also, Easter egg, if you click on this guy's face, what he says changes. Yeah. But you wouldn't know that unless you actually did it, right? Okay, Thayan Enclave. New stuff. So we get 10 more pigments here. Here's the slot. Here's the new golden for Rhea. I mean, I wouldn't get this because she's an evergreen. But I mean, if you're a Rhea fan, then sure you might. Grimm's is ultimate attack damage. No. No thanks. These now have timers that say they're in the store for 9 days. It's ticking down. Once they tick out, they'll be unavailable for 3 months, and then they'll go into wild offers. Here's the skin. Okay, that's cool. Dragonlance Spurt. That's neat. And High Lord Miria. These are going to be available for a while, so you don't have to rush. Those are neat. But now these skins are only available for 9 more days, and when they're out, they go into they're unavailable for 90 days, and then they'll go into the wild offer pool. Now feats that are going to be unavailable after 9 days, after 90 days after that, they will be available for gems. So Grim gets Weapon Master. If you're a DPS Grim, if that's something you're choosing to do, that's the biggest DPS feat. Reaching Shadow increases the effect of in the shadows within 3 slots. That's a good functionality feat for Beetle. Health of Myria. This one is actually big. This one is going to be a must buy on my main account because when you affect Myria's health, it's not a normal 60%. It's 60% that boosts her health. But then remember, her health is multiplied by the number of clones she has. So increasing her health pays back with huge dividends. Yeah, so that's actually a really big feat for her. Usually feats aren't huge, but that one's pretty big for her. Then Waspiration Stingy for this. I think Stingy is the one that's boosts melee DPS, isn't it? I don't know. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. The others I'm not super interested in right away. I might just wait like on my main account until their exclusivity period is over with. But like on my main account, this one I'm going to grab. Otherwise, it's just about more Marvelous support pigment. That's, yeah. Oh, weekly offers. Like anything free? I got nothing free. You jerks. You jerks. All right, well. So much for that. Let's open this gold chest. Yep, refill everything now. Everything. What is this? Oh, this was yeah, we can open that. I don't mind opening patron chest. Hey, we got an Ellie. Oh, yeah. We'll take that Eliwick epic. I just won't buy patron chests until I've got all my epic Corver greens, like it says over there. But I'll open any free ones I got. Yeah, overnight gem farms, if that's where you leave your game overnight in a free play, you're going to take care of your emergency. Yeah, pretty great. Got a discount on a gem fee? Sure, but it was for Artemis, so I don't care. Oh, you need those silver chests for Strahd? You mean the Strahd that we already unlocked and we're already on a variant for? No, I didn't. All right. Yeah, I already did that already. No worries, Death Java. We're dealing with a lot of stuff. Okay. Hold on, let me. Okay, that did it. Yeah, just barely. Hold on, I'm just trying to take care of. Over here. 24. Oh yeah, that worked. Okay. So we're almost done with this. I just want to get out of this and then back into regular adventures. And then we'll talk about using the scales you got from the event, if you got some. Oh, and converting blessings and stuff, or favor and stuff. We'll do all that once I get out of this. How many gems do I have? 14,530. Okay. All right, boom. Huge chunk of influence and favor from one relatively quick variant. I don't want to do any more for Strahd. I'm good for a while. Now I'm going to come back over here. I'm going to get back to the stuff over here. So let's get this going. There's going to be 400 areas. So why does it do that? Okay. 400 areas. Get everybody up to a decent leveled up value. Okay, and we also need to fight red. All right. So, your favor from the event. It is now available for conversion. If you don't convert it, it will force you to convert it at basically 7 days. I highly recommend just converting it to the campaign you're actively working on. Again, as long as you've got some favor there, more than a few hundred. If you've got hundreds or less, or even just a few thousand or less, yeah, okay, go do a favor run. You want like at least get EO4 or more. And then convert, but just do like one favor run and convert. Don't like try to grind for a week or something. We've got plenty in these places, so I'm just gonna go ahead and convert. It will freaking click. Okay, there we go. And we're done. And now I've got more favor here where I'm actively working. Oh, look, let me buy some stuff. Cool. Yeah, and then you get use out of it right away. I like to do that. Like, why wait around? I want it right away. And then what's the other thing? Oh, the forge. The forge is now showing up because you have scales. So if we open the forge, basically you see every champion, and what's going to show up is epics, because you can only put legendary effect onto an epic here. Everything else is going to show up as black, as kind of grayed out, black and white. We want. Oh wow, it doesn't really let us sort. Kind of in the way. I'd love to just sort by event champion. Like, I'd love to just see event champions, but they don't really do that. That's unfortunate. Because really, for the most part, you want to put these on your power pushers. That's usually going to be your event champions. I like to put like one on each champion that I would be using in Trials of Mount Tiamat. That's usually how I explain it to people. But we're not there yet. But what I do know is that Ishii is going to be my DPS. So I'm going to put some scales on Ishii. Apprentice Forge. I'm just going to put one on each. Because the first time you put a legendary on someone, it costs 500 scales. But the second legendary effect is going to cost 600. And right now, I'm not getting any more of these. I want to make sure I put one on each of the people that I'm going to be using with Ishii first. For like the hard pushing groups. So I know we're going to have Miria in now. So I'm not even going to worry about what effect it's getting. That doesn't matter at the moment. It's nice if it's a good one, but right now, what I really just want to make sure is that we're getting some kind of effect that we can use on these champions. We want Astarion. Man, normally I would instantly click Briv, but man, we've been using Calyx as well. Probably gonna want Gale. Paulson. So there is an exception to that kind of when I say don't put them on like core and evergreen champions. One of the exceptions I find is Dragon Bait. I actually find Dragon Bait to be super useful throughout the game. So I'm going to put one on him. Oh, I got 5250. I got a lot of scales left. Wow. Okay. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like 2 more. We're gonna put one on Calyx, and I think I am gonna put one on Briv. Even though they're in the same slot, I want to make sure that they're as equal as possible in terms of pushing power. I don't know, maybe that's it for now. You know, let's sort by bench seat. I don't care about anybody in 2. Halson in 3. Ishii in 4. Brave and Calyx in 5. Don't care about anybody in 6. Go ahead. Stop it. God, that freaking bug. 7. We got one in 7. I don't have one in 8. I don't know that I want one in 8 right now. We have one in 9. Don't have one in 10. You know, an Alleywig? Maybe. No, we have a Starry. What am I saying? 11 is Dragon Bait and Mirror's 12. Yeah, we're fine. So, I mean, I could put doubles on some. And if I was going to put doubles on some, then the first place I would double up is on the primary DPS. Because all of their effects are going to work for them. Because they're designed around them. As long as they're a pure DPS and not like a DPS support, that might get a little weird. And so I could find secondaries like in places where I know this another champion is kind of always going to be in the second. There we go. I get an achievement there. Who else do I know? Like Astarion, definitely. He's just super strong. I know that's not going to be wasted. And again, Miria, not going to be wasted. Volo, yeah. Sadly, he's super strong. That's not going to be wasted. Sadly. Sadly, he's real strong. Caddy Bree. Yeah, I like Caddy Bree. I think I'm going to stop there. We're going to leave like 650 there for the moment. Because I don't really know exactly where. But I think maybe a Lindra. Yeah, long term. Yeah, okay. That's what we're going to do. So now I'm out. Now if I try to do this, it says, hey, you need more scales, and I don't have any. So now I just, until we start doing trials, I got nowhere to go. So I'm using my knowledge of who I know I'm using in my deep pushing group, and who I know I'm going to be using for a long time in my deep pushing group. Because I don't want to put those there and then suddenly, oh, I don't use that champion anymore. My pushing group. Well, oh well. Like I don't want that scenario to happen. Yeah. So and I generally, again, I don't think they should be on any of the core champions unless you're going like a Shara DPS, which technically does scale fairly well through the game. Like there's an argument I could have put one on Ashara, and that's useful because she is a functional swap for us at times. I could have put some on Carlock because she's been a DPS swap for us. I'm just focusing on my main group right now. Because this is at this point in the game, this is bonus power for us. We have a lot of power, and this is just setting the stage for the bonus part of this. And so now, like, as I get more scales, I'll try to, like, whoever that group I've identified is my trials group. I'm gonna put scales on all their epics, and then if they don't have any more epics yet, obviously we want more epics, but if we can't get them, then we start leveling up the effects. So there's upgrading effects button in the Forge. Every time you upgrade an effect, it doubles its power. So that's how you really gain the power, is by doubling the effects. Okay, I missed some chat. Missed a lot of chat. Maybe for Briv gem farming, what item levels needed? I have a guide for that. If you hit my Briv gem farm guide, or my Briv guide, it's not even a gem farm guide. There is a table that has item levels for normal, shiny, and golden, and all the different jumps. So yeah. I have a golden epic potion, so I use it on Briv's item. If you want to, yeah, I mean, if you're going to chase Briv gem farming, then you use it on his slot 4. And then you pump blacksmithing contracts in. Is that enough? I mean, you have to get to the certain numbers. Like you're like, if I use blacksmithing contracts, is that enough for Briv gem farming? You have to get multiple jumps into Briv gem farming for it to start being efficient. So you got to look at that chart. For 4 jump, it's 3,626 item levels on a golden epic Theor Dinarax. But you can start, at like 1.5 jumps, probably. I think 2 jump is probably the best place to start, but we haven't proven that yet. That's just going off my experience. My gut feelings. It's Briv gem farming is a mid game and beyond thing. So if you're not in the mid game yet, you really shouldn't be worrying about it. You need to be worried about other speed champions. We need a donation goal so we can commission Luke to make an emote of that smirk grin, and or get the rights to your face back from CNE. Oh well, they paid for those emotes because I'm a streamer. There was a whole batch of streamer emotes that Luke made. And then he sent me one that he didn't send to them, which is the one that I use for my profile stuff. But yeah, I mean, I don't know I would have to reach out to Luke to know what that donation goal is, and it's probably a good amount of money. It probably is a good amount of money. Seems like the favor conversion barely upgrades, though, compared to a deep run. Well, it's a multiplier. It's a multiplier. So it's going to be whatever it's going to be based off whatever you had. Here's the thing. If you have E10, if you got to E10 favor an event, it's 10% per order of magnitude. So that's 100% favor multiplier wherever you put it, which means you're going to double whatever favor you had. If you had 1 E15 favor in a campaign, you're now going to have 2 E15 favor because that's what double means. So the higher you can get it, the bigger the multiplier. But you're not gaining until you get be able to get tons of favor. You're not going to go up orders of magnitude with just one conversion usually, right? But it still helps because it's still a multiplier. It's still increasing your favor. It's still going to let you go further in an event. And it's still going to help you then earn more favor from that point on. We got an ad coming in. What's the second thing to make Golden Epic after Briggs Dragon? Humon's slot 4. It'll become Rainbow Eggs. Is it worth preferring to avert for Helm for the bonus favor from the blessing? No. You would only convert to Helm if you're actively doing that campaign. Which I finished that on an ad break, so maybe we'll have to answer that again when we come back. Okay, what was I looking at over here? Ugh. Oh, and they make me do it. Oh, I hate you. I'm gonna worry about that later tonight. Oh yeah, we can do those. Go back over here. Are we back at 20 seconds? Hey, we completed quest lines. And we're all the way over here now. Man, we are flying through Avernus. Flying through Avernus like a bat out of hell. Okay, I had answered a question right as the ad break kicked in. I wanted to answer it again, just in case it got cut off. Let me... Here, 1 second. I gotta at least get them up to their spec choices, or else I feel like I'm failing. If they're not being efficient, I feel like I'm being a bad manager of my idle game. Come on. Come on. Okay. So the question from Dusty Monk was, is it worth preferring to convert to Helm for the bonus favor from Blessing? No, not unless you're doing that campaign's content. Again, I think you should convert into the campaign you're actively working on, because then you're actually getting use out of it. If you convert somewhere that you're not working on, like that you already finished on, or you're not going to go back, that doesn't mean anything. And it isn't going to be helpful for you, because by the time you come back to that, you'll have so much power, you'll smash that place even without that conversion. So put it in the place you're actively progressing through, because then you're going to see the bonus, and you're getting a new conversion every month from events. So it's not like you can screw it up. Like, you're just, okay, well then put it in a different place the next month. You'll also get, one from a time gate each month, at least. It's going to be 2 this month from time gates. So yeah, don't worry too much about that. Just put it where you're actively working. It's going to help you. Trying to optimize your conversions is for like later down the road, like late game, like mid to late game, when there's problematic places to earn favor, like a Turn of Fortune's Wheel, in fact, even Ruin, and then those become your targets. And then there's like a gem farming scenario where you might want to boost in a specific place, but don't worry about it now. How you charge Briv up? It tells you in his kit. Got to get hit on a current run to give you speed in the next run. Just read his speed ability and it tells you. Well, okay, so there's some talking about like which legendaries should you then start upgrading when you start upgrading legendaries. How much wood can a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood, right? And the answer to that is when you go to do this, don't worry about who you're upgrading them on early. You don't need to be hyper efficient like that. You want to think long term with this. And so what you do it around is favor. So you figure out, like, you click this over here and you go, okay, who's in each group? Well, Torm is a fantastic place for me to potentially do a forge run, which is what we call a forge run, because 4 champions have 5 items that I could be upgrading, right? Kellamvor only has 2 champions with 3 items. Ooh, Helm. Hell yeah. 6 champions. 7 items. So this would be like priority number 1. Because on one run, I could upgrade 7 items across 6 champions, right? And that makes Torm's priority number 2. Torm's would be the second place I would go to do a forge run. So what is a forge run? it's a deep favor run. We would go to Helms, which is water deep. We would do a deep favor run, and at the end of the run, before we complete the run, before we've gained all the favor we've earned, which should be equal to or greater than what we already have there, right? Because we're coming back to it with more power than we had before. Before we end it, we come in here and we click on someone and we go upgrade, which spins scales, but it also requires an order of magnitude of favor from that campaign. And we start spending the favor from that campaign. We just upgrade one, just take them all up one level if it lets us. That's the goal. And then if you have enough scales to try to take them all up 2 levels, you prioritize your DPS and then, your strongest, and then go wherever you want. I really don't pay much attention to what the actual effect is because that's something we manipulate later. But you try to raise a bunch of things up at the same time instead of focusing on one. Because the cost in scales, if you're just focusing on one item, goes up a lot, but it's still just doubling. Whereas you can double more stuff across more champions for less. Does that make sense? So raise them all up at once. Do everything you can here, and then suddenly it won't let you do anything because you're out of favor. And it's like, well, crap, now I'm out of favor. But then you complete that run, and suddenly you have all that favor you earned, and it's like you didn't spend anything. Right? That's why we call it a forge run. And then I would then go back over and I would go do one in Torms. Right? Which is sword co's. Same thing. Right? And then you pick whatever the next one is. Then you go over here, and then I'd go over here. And that's how you upgrade. You don't worry about you don't want to burn your favor outside of a forge run, and you don't want to just focus on a single champion and their legendaries. You want to raise everything because it's more efficient for your scale spending, and it's more efficient for your time because you're doing those forge runs, right? It's going to take time and resources to do a deep run. Yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, you put one on 3 different champions. That's perfect. Yeah, that's fine. I like to spread them out because instead of putting them all on just like one champion, if that was all you'd had for, because if that champion then gets restricted out, you've lost all that legendary power you gained, right? So I like to start with one on a bunch and then work to 2 on a bunch and go from there. Early on, you definitely don't want to try to put Legos, we call them Legos, on everybody. You want to just focus on like your power pushing team. It just works better. More efficient usage. You'll be able to level up further, faster. Stuff. Well, the time spent doing favor runs taking away from gem farming is again is like a late game issue. But at some point you gotta do it. Polgar, so you can modify the legendary effects later. Yes, you can re-roll them. I got a plus damage for female DPS. I have no female DPS, so it's useless. For now, it is, sure. There is a feature called reforging, which will pull one of these other, is supposed to pull another effect. Sometimes it will just pull the same effect. The problem is it costs 1,000 scales to do. And when you use it, after using it once, the cost doubles. And then it reduces every 24 hours. So you really only use it once a week. You don't want to use it early on because it's just easier to go drop 500, 600, 700, 800, even 900 scales just on a new effect on that same champion on a different one of their epics to help you out. And if you do it later, I mean, after you've leveled something up, you keep the legendary level that you've earned. It just changes the effect. It's a worry about later thing. It's a worry about it later thing. Death Javu, I mean, that's a good chunk. I mean, you're probably in what, the 2 to 3 jump range. So I mean, you can still gem farm your way to 4 jump. Now, the whole point, if you're lower and you're chasing that on your Briv, is to make it easier for you to then gain the rest you need from a gem farm. But transfer the buff to Artemis. No, that's not how it works. Again, you reforge. Reforging is all you can do. But again, you shouldn't worry about that. You should just, yeah, it's better to just forge a new legendary effect on a different item on that champion. Until you're starting to do trials regularly and you get higher up in the tiers of trials where you're getting a lot more scales, I don't find it efficient to even start reforging. Until you're like probably tier 6 and up. Three to 4 jump. It's supposed to be faster. Get a 3 jump farm working. I mean, you can get, if it's a random jump, you can set up a farm. I did mine in, I want to say Terror in the Dark, starting at like a 1.5 jump, and I went all the way to 4 in there. Let me pull that up again. Let me make sure. I did it specifically there because there's a problem with imperfect jump numbers. I mean, you're gonna, with imperfect jump numbers, and even with anything that isn't a 4, you're gonna end up on bosses sometimes. And the problematic, the most problematic scenario is if you end up on an area that has a melee boss with ranged minions. And if I remember correctly, Terror in the Dark does not have ranged minions with any of its melee bosses. Oh no, wait, it does. Shoot. So where did I go then? Hold on. Now I'm wondering where. I thought it was Terror in the Dark that I did this in. It's been a long time ago, folks. So give me a second. No, I thought it was Terror in the Dark. Now I'm not sure. But this is telling me there's a ranged with a melee. I don't know. But I thought it was Terror in the Dark, but now I'm seeing that there's that combination. Because what happens is if you get a combination like that, the boss can walk up to the formation, and you can kill the boss, but you won't kill the ranged minions. And then because the boss isn't there to like enrage, you don't go anywhere. I think I did it in Terror in the Dark, and I think I just got lucky that we never landed on that one. The level 30 boss has ranged minions with melee boss. But that's kind of that's the one hitch that can that's probably not the best term to use since Hitch is a champion. That's the one blocker that could happen in an imperfect Briv jump. And so you just gotta plan for that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I farmed all the way to 4 from there without stopping at any of the solid jumps. I just being lazy. I mean, if you're going to be lazy, then I mean, honestly, Briv gem farms aren't for you in the first place. Like, Briv gem farms require work. So, you know, regular gem farms are the lazy gem farms. Those are a problem if your boss is a favorite foe and the minions aren't. Well, I don't use anybody that has favorite foe mechanics in a Briv gem farm. I don't think. Hey, we completed Bell's Forge. I don't think I do. I'll have to try to look up exactly. I thought it was Terror in the Dark, but I could be just remembering that's where we Briv farmed early on. There is a Sword Coast free play, though, that I used to figure out what it is. Speaking of hitch. Stack the deck. Have a look, draw an entire hand with all 5 cards the same. What did I get? Did I get you? I got 5 gems, folks. Bump, 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 bump. Where's my air horn when I need it? Oh my god. First 5 gem pull on this account. This is going to be a good gem farm. Let's throw some stuff down here. Only going 450. I'm going 450. I got to figure out what I'm spending my gems on. I got enough for a 12.5k feat, but I don't know that. I think we got all the 12.5k speed feats. Of the gem feat? No. That's what I'm saying. It's random. I was like, what did I get 5 of? And it just happens that it was gems. I mean, it would have been hard anywhere, but I did spec into the gem boost. So I was leaning towards, like, if it was going to be something, it would kind of have to be gems. Okay. All right. There we go. That's awesome. What do I got? I got almost 20,000. I think we're saving up for a 50k speed feat. I think that's what we're doing. I feel like we're good and we're making great progress. So I don't feel like I need to spend anything. Is there a downside to Invarse? Is there a downside to forging my first couple epics with rewards from Festival of Fools? No, I just did it. Make sure you're putting them on people you're actually using to push deep. You have the round down feat for Briv already? If so, then yeah, you can use that to get you the solid, a locked in 3 jump and set up a 3 jump farm. Amino, should I get focus pushing for Dragon Bait or just split the party progress there and start pushing Waterdeep with my main party? I mean, I'm wasting much time on all those variants. Have you unlocked a Zaka there, Amino? There's two evergreens in Tomb of Annihilation, and so it's super efficient to do those variants in the sense that you're getting 2 champions out of that effort. You're getting a Zaka and Dragon Bait, and if you've done the variants for a Zaka, then there's only like 3 or 4 more variants to do for Dragon Bait, so that isn't a waste. So I feel like maybe you. Oh yeah, you don't know about Azaka. You need to use this. You need to use my new player reference. Azaka is the first thing you pick up in Tomb of Annihilation, and then Dragon Bait. Yeah. But generally, I mean, you know, normally I would say you never want to skip a campaign. We were talking about this yesterday. Normally I say you never want to skip a campaign because it's less about the evergreen you're getting there than all of the gems you're earning doing all this stuff to get to the evergreen, because those gems are power. So you're earning power and you're progressing power, picking up favor, getting blessings. It's important incremental progress. And if you try to jump ahead, it's gonna, as you go down the list on the campaigns on the banner, the campaigns get harder. So if you try to jump ahead into a hard campaign, you're going to give yourself problems. Now we've done it on this account because this account had so much power we could. We skipped Waterdeep. We did the 15 adventures to unlock, to qualify for Vajra. And we didn't go back. But that's because our power levels were over 9,000 and we could just come straight here. That's not normal. So normally you don't want to skip. Feel like there's room to improve the bench function. I mean, not going to happen anytime soon. And I say that because it hasn't happened in 7.5 years. So. They keep talking about a new Champ UI rework, and I don't know. It's literally why I made champion guides, so that I could have access to that information when I couldn't put them in a formation. So, you know, take that for what it's worth. Three off Azaka there, so 4 after that for Dragon. But yeah, go for Azaka. Yeah. Okay, so I was gonna double check. Yeah, confidence in the boss is a 50k gem feat. We wouldn't be getting that right away though. Oh, favored foes for oozes is 12.5. That's actually a speed feat, folks, if you don't know. If you don't know, now you know. But I don't know that I prioritize that. Do I? Maybe. Usually I would prioritize a 12.5 over a 50k. Basically, whenever he spawns his favored foes, he's going to spawn everything that he considers his favored foe. So it adds an extra enemy spawn. So it doubles his spawns. Shandy. We got anything for Shandy? Man, her 50k dash feat, the second wind, is on the list. Pick up. As is the 50k carefully balanced feat. But I think the most important one is going to be the 50k will be right back feat. That's going to cap our Diana. We'll be done with trying to feed her speed stuff. I think that has value. I think that's... Let's see. We got this speed potion where we're burning through Avernus. So maybe we can get to... I don't think we could get to 50k today. But we could get there soon. A couple days. Feels like. Let's see what I have available versus not. I mean, what you have available versus not is right here. Like for champions you have available, that's what champion searches for. Or you mean something else? Oh, what feats you have on champions? Yeah, no, you can't. You can't do that anywhere in game, except by putting them in the formation. Newbie Briv question: how do you increase his chance to jump, skip an area? Dump item levels into him so that it upgrades his slot 4 item. That's it. And once it's epic, the only thing you get it up to epic, and then you can shiny it or golden it, but then you also have to dump a lot of item levels on it. It's orange legendary, so I think I got maxi. Epic is the highest rarity tier. I know they got confusing and they made this orange and they make it look like it's a rarity. It's not. It's just a legendary effect. But yes, that would mean that it's epic. This isn't a legendary item. Let me be very clear. This is an epic legendary item. It is both epic and legendary at the same time. The epic effect is the base effect. It is still there. And making it legendary didn't boost it. It added the legendary effect. When we add item levels to this or gilding to this, it only affects the epic portion of the item, the base effect. To upgrade the legendary effect, you have to upgrade it in the forge. This is why it is not a legendary item. It's an epic legendary. It's both. For purposes of how you're upgrading things and viewing it in terms of rarity, for the base effect, it is both epic and legendary. And also for functions of abilities and blessings and perks in the game that reference the number of epic items on champions, counting this. Is it bad to think of legendary as an upgradable pigment? No, I mean, it's just a boost to the item slot, like a pigment. A pigment is the same thing. A pigment adds another effect. It's just a pigment doesn't have the ability to upgrade, but the legendary effect does. So yeah, no, it's the same thing. Like there's an item slot. So it's an item slot, and in that item slot, you can put lots of different power in it. You can put rarities of items, which is technically white, green, blue, and purple. So common through epic. You can add item levels. You can add gilding, so the shiny and the golden effect. Once it's epic, you can then take it even further, and you can add a pigment to it, and you can add a legendary effect to it. The pigment isn't upgradable, but the legendary effect is, but it's separate. It's not from blacksmithing contracts. Gilding doesn't affect it, right? So they're all things that fit in an item slot and build up what I call champion power, along with feats. But they're not, they got confusing with the legendary because the legendary doesn't affect the base value at all. It's not a rarity in the sense of all the other rarities, all of the way other rarities work. So if you think of it as a rarity and you think that because when people think of it like a rarity, they're like, oh, well, if I put a shiny on it, it's going to get the legendary effects going to get better. And that's why you can't think of it as a rarity. Dumping item levels doesn't make the legendary effect better. The legendary effect didn't make the base effect better, right? So I get it. I'm a stickler for that because they confused people when they did that, and I'm trying to unconfuse people now. Because it still feels confusing, right? So yeah, if it's legendary, that means you have to get something legendary, you had to have gotten to epic, which is the highest rarity tier. So then you just need item levels or gilding to boost Briv's value higher. Oh no, look, I said orange because I think it's meant to be orange. You may see it as yellow, and that's totally okay. If everyone isn't clear, everyone's eyes see colors differently. That's okay. That's okay. But I believe what it's supposed to be is orange. But that doesn't mean that's how everybody sees it, and that's okay. The blue that I see isn't the same blue that you see, exactly. Everybody's, what is it, rods and cones? God, it's been a while since I've thought about how an eye works, but yeah, they all function slightly different. There was a whole big here. This is subscriber only content. There was a whole big pushback for a long time because of this, with people being idiots, being pedantic idiots, in my opinion. Against Sesame Street, because Sesame Street would put a color up on the screen and go red, and put a color up on the screen and go blue, and people got upset that they were like indoctrinating kids that was what red meant and that was what blue meant. It's like, fuck's sake, come on. They're little, like, this is for like little kids. It's for little kids. they're not going to understand when you're like, well, there's a range. Like blue is a spectrum. Like, come on. Just come on. Just say, does FF9900? No, that's worse. To a 4-year-old? You can do that to your own kids, but Sesame Street is a goddamn national treasure. Stop picking on them. Yes, all non-subscribers, you missed a Gara rant during the subscriber ad break. But so here's the thing. So because colors, everybody sees colors differently. There's a different way in the game that you can tell the rarity of an item. And I can't demonstrate white, but here on green, this is green, it's supposed to be green. At the top left of the card, there's 2 hash marks. That means uncommon. Common would be white and have 1 hash mark. Also, so there's those hash marks at the top that can determine what level of rarity the game is telling you it is. But also the gems in the middle, even if you can't tell the colors, the shapes and the number are telling you rarity as well. So with an uncommon, it's a triangle with 2 little pips, like up the top left and right. With a blue, it becomes a square with 4 pips, 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Also note 3 hashes at the top. With an epic, it becomes a hexagon with 6 pips, 3 to the left, 3 to the right, 2 at the top left and right, and 1 at the bottom left and right. With 4 hashes at the top left. And the legendary becomes it's another hexagon, I think, right? Isn't it? Those are hexagons, right? It just tilts it, I think. Isn't it? Or is it an octagon? I don't know, and I don't care. Look, it's another shape of gemstone in the middle, and then there's 8 little pips, 4 to the left, 4 to the right, with 5 hashes at the top. All right, we finished this though. So just know they added the hashes and the gems configurations. Try to help people who have who see the colors differently understand what the rarities are. They just don't tell you that. Like, it doesn't say that anywhere on that, on the card, or there's nothing that teaches you that. I don't think. Did they add it to the tutorial? We were just in the tutorial and I still don't remember. Still don't remember. They don't communicate stuff very well in game, folks. But to be fair, there's a ton. They feel like they're overwhelming people, and it's like, but you made this game. You put all this stuff in it. Like, how are they going to learn about it if you don't tell them about it? Are you just going to stumble on it? Come on. Come on. Thought maybe we were going to leave that running to the wall just with a 5 jump card hand. It's super tempting. But I'd rather get in here and pull 3 gem cards. That's totally fine. And be pushing further through the campaign, and also be getting the gem rewards just for completing the adventure, right? To me, that's more efficient progress than trying to just push that 5 gem card hand to its max amount. Sword will win. I look. Swordle is, as far as I'm concerned, Swordle is the Forgotten Realms Clippy. And I would love to have Swordle be in the game, but they're not going to do that. We tried to get originally Swordle in as a familiar. Because technically Swordle was inspired by Bardic Inspiration. I was like, Swordle should be the Bardic Inspiration mascot. And they didn't get hold of that for some reason. Because Swordle's name, like the Swordle and the idea of Swordle comes from a Jarlaxle song, The Secret Lord of Luskan. In his side, or in your side, his Swordle be thrust in. And I was like, Swordle and Idle Champions. It's a pun, and I love it. I've actually made that character and played that character, though, and he's wonderful. All right, let's get some speed on this. I have loads of contracts and blacksmithing contracts. It's best to use the blacksmiths on pushing party. I mean, depends. I start with them on speed champions, personally, until I get a speed group that can do what this isn't a pushing group. This is a speed group, but I'm able to push like 500 areas with it super fast. Lets me complete content super fast. But I get them to a certain point, and then normally I get them to a certain point, and then I shift, and then I start building up a pushing group, and then I come back. It just depends on my pushing group is super strong. I'm okay just dumping everything into speed and gems right now. So it just depends. They also complain about the count and doctorating children and their opinion of what numbers are. I don't know how you could do that. One is, I don't even, oh man, that would get my philosophy brain going. One is one, isn't it? Numbers feel like, I mean, numbers are all fake and made up, but we're being honest. Like someone had to invent the concept of zero. That wasn't just a thing that everybody understood. Someone invented that and then taught people about it. Now it's just like, well, of course, it makes total sense. But there was a long time where people didn't understand the concept of zero. Shouldn't get into that. Great query. Quantity of hash marks in the upper left corner equipments are clear to me. Yeah. Oh yeah, on a small display. Yeah. So to do the hashes. I don't even think I've explained this in any of my guides either, but like what is it going to be? Garwar's Guide to Accessibility? I don't know. Zero being invented was a big deal, yes. That blew people's minds. Zero? What do you mean? Yeah. There's the concept of not having anything? Why does that gotta be a number? Like, numbers are for representing how many of something there are. Yeah. Zero is the number of cookies that I would have if chocolate chip cookies that I would be on my desk if I had chocolate chip cookies today. Because I would have already eaten them. Zero. There you go. Zero is the amount of noodles I have over there. Yeah, I mean, we're already up to 24,000 gems. So I think we're waiting. I think this is a good time for us to save up and get 50k gems. We've got plenty of potions. So we don't really need those. Yeah. I think we're fine at the moment. Oh, you know what I didn't do? I didn't come over to Strahd and go, hey, shop, what's up? Time gate piece. How far is it? He wants EO6 for this. Well, that's not bad. We're at 9 EO5. Okay, but that's all I'm buying. Perks! Time to perk up. Time to perk up. I'm just going into his globals. Because why not? Now I have some left over, and there's stuff here. So there's a thing that we haven't talked about yet, and that's efficiently, like, maximizing your influence. So buying the cheaper one. Well, if I would have been able to go up here and trade off, you can switch back and forth if you want to just maximize. It doesn't. At this point, it doesn't matter. God, we have nothing for Murd. At some point, we well, here in Avernus, we're going to do a lot more stuff for patrons. But for right now, we've got what we can efficiently get from them, and that's all we care about. Blue for Cos, okay. Blue for Shandy, take it. That's what we love. I won't spend currency to buy patron chests, but when they reward them to me, I'll open them right away. Even if I have whores that still need gear, because I don't care. I'm still at the level of just put gear on everybody. Not all languages have a word for zero until they borrowed one from English. Yeah, it's not a trivial concept just anyone can invent and use. I know, yeah. I was saying. But if you think about it, like that's why people argue about all kinds of things, but you know, numbers still feel more solid than colors. Because numbers feel more objective. Yeah. Now we're not making any progress on our chromatic dragon emergence right now, and that's okay. Because when I go at the end of the night or the end of the day to set up my overnight farm, technically, actually, we should be getting some from Bruner back here. But when I go overnight to set up my overnight farm, that's like it'll top out there. So we actually are getting. How much have we gotten? Bruner's got us 53 dragon kills. Good job, Bruner. But we've only gotten 265 gems from drops out of 2,000 available. So we're not keeping up with this. But we're getting our quest. I still feel like it needs to be an active free play to really get the most efficiency out of it. Emergence, you'll have to do one eventually. Or you'll miss out. Don't miss out. When they give you stuff that's easy to earn, like emergence event stuff, yeah, I mean, you don't have to grind it like right away and keep yourself maxed out, but just, check in on every day, get your daily quest done. And then on the last day, that's when you need to just like maybe park in a free play until you have it all. I agree that numbers are less objective than colors. They present Exhibit A, the fruit, orange. Well, but that's a fruit, not an. It's a fruit that also has a color named after it, but that's a whole. Then we're talking about fruits. And if you want to get weird, let's talk about the difference between fruits and vegetables and how America is silly and calls a tomato a fruit, or excuse me, a vegetable, when it's a fruit, specifically, so that they can then serve pizza in schools and say they're giving kids the proper amount of vegetables every day because they use the tomato in the sauce. Also for tax and import purposes, but really, I mean, the real bad manipulation is that they're like, oh, but they're getting their fruits and vegetables, and it's like, well, they're getting a fruit. Where's the vegetable? Silly stuff. Vegetables aren't real. I mean, I didn't want them to be real when I was a kid, that's for sure. But there are things that are referred to as vegetables, and they are real things. All it takes is a group of people defining something a certain way, and then that's what it is. Ketchup is considered a vegetable in those dishes. I know, that's what kills me. It's not. It's a fruit. It's a fruit topping. It's a fruit topping, like a strawberry or peach. It's just ketchup. It's tomato topping. Which is why salsa is actually a fruit and vegetable salad. Okay. Let's not go there. Oh no, I'm gonna get people mad at me now. Doesn't the pizza have onion in the recipe? Why would it? You don't have to have onions in a pizza. They're silly need to label things and put them in boxes when existence is nowhere as simplistic as that. Exactly. Like the only thing we need to have is edible or digestible and non-digestible. There we go. We don't even, I was going to say editable and inedible, but no, digestible and non-digestible. So that, you know, maybe there's certain things you shouldn't put in your mouth and swallow. But some of them you're not going to be able to digest. That seems like a good list to have. Oh, nice, 5-day 20. Yeah, sometimes just getting the finishing tier 1 and getting the boosts and everything comes from it allows you to finish the higher tiers. You don't have to multi-tier stuff. You need to put them in boxes for tax purposes? I mean, do we? Do we? I mean, you do, but does it need to be that kind of box? I guess is the question. It could be a different box. That's it. Again, you could put them into the digestible box and the non-digestible box. Not like fruits, which you can say it has seeds in it. Do they? Hashtag not all fruits. Where do peanuts fit into being digestible? I mean, they're digestible. They're just maybe not overly digestible. And allergic is a whole different, that's a whole different category. Now we're getting into whole different boxes. That's a personal thing, allergic and not allergic. Or allergen and non-allergen, those are probably the boxes. I don't know. I don't like making boxes for things. The only boxes I like making are buff boxes. You're welcome, Chad. Keeping it on the Idle Champions theme. I don't know how to pronounce that. Mouge? Mouge? Mouge 6? Thank you for the follow. I need a pronunciation guide. So. Strawberries are nuts? What? I mean, that sounds wild. Because we don't use those terms around here. But then do you, when they say like, are you allergic to nuts? Like, well, all of them but strawberries? And then people are going to be like, what? What are you talking about? we have never, like, I have been making new accounts every year since the game came out. We have never flown through this game as fast as we are. And we've definitely never sped through Avernus this quickly. Avernus has never felt this easy. And I like it. I like it so much. It's pretty great. Pretty great. Am I loaded? Which item would I make? Golden Epic? Well, I already have Brivs, slot 4. So I would go for Humans, slot 4. If I were going long term on this account, that's where I would throw Golden Epics. Briv slot 4 and then Human slot 4. But that's specifically because if I were doing that on this account, I would be chasing an automated Briv gem farm. But if you're not, then you would just do Human slot 4. Because Human works perfectly fine in a regular gem farm. Also, Eliwick slot 2. This one. But I already have that one. Eliwick slot 2 triple dips. It's 3 boosts in one. It boosts gems, it boosts gold find, and it boosts damage. And so, yeah, super efficient. That was the first one I wanted to get. Okay. Speed. Speed. What are we up to? 27,000 gems. What's the best flavor of cheese? Oh, you don't want to ask me that. People are going to get mad. Best flavor of cheese is the cheese that doesn't have fungus in it. For me. But for some people, that's the best flavor of cheese. We're going to do cheese. Hold on. If we're going to do cheese, then we should just... hold on, we gotta do this, and we're totally gonna get DMCA'd. But it's worth it, folks.
Welcome to the 100-degree sweat test. Which one of these two?
Well, it's not worth it for the stupid ad.
Made for you and me, flavors like provolone and brie, each with its own ethnicity. So many cheeses are available all around the world for you to eat. Especially good with crackers and meat, a measure treat. Thousands of cheeses. The texture of some can be real gooey, others are quite firm and chewy. Some are better when mildewy, bountiful cheeses. When you take a big whiff, a few will make you want to spew. Especially strong is the cheese residue, a real stinkeroo. It's incredible just how many kinds there are from countries near and far. It's really quite bizarre. Now from the mouths of cheeses big and small, we proudly present to you the cheese roll call.
I am the British cheese Wensleydale, lightly pressed and smooth textured with a subtle milky flavor which is clean and refreshing.
Welcome, Wensleydale! G'day, I am Australian Cheddar, an innocuous golden yellow rindus block inspired by cheddar and Edam. Welcome, Cheddar!
I am the German cheese Edelpilzkäse, a fine blue-veined cheese with a pale ivory paste and very dark veins traveling vertically through me.
Welcome, Edelpilzkäse! Oh, welcome! cheese from around the world. Cheese is the taste that pleases. Cheese from around the world. Say with me. Oh, how I like my cheeses. Cheese from around the world. Everybody. Cheese is the taste that pleases. Cheese from around the world. Around this great big world. Around this big cheese world. Around this great big world. Around this big cheese world. Yummy! Narf!
I love Pinky and the Brain. If you'd like to watch the animation, oops, that goes with that, there you go. Always enjoyed Yakka Wacko and Dot. Like the Animaniacs. Yeah. I liked Pinky and the Brain. The friend I had in college liked the Animaniacs. But once I saw Pinky and the Brain, I was done. Like, I was like, yeah, Animaniacs are funny, but give me Pinky and the Brain. What's that from and why I've never heard it before? It's from Pinky and the Brain. Yeah, audio makes me think of the Animaniacs. That's because that's where Pinky and the Brain started. The solid oxide, thank you for the following. But yeah, I have I have all of the original episodes of Pinky and the Brain on DVD. Hard copies. So even when the internet, even when companies strip them off the internet, I'll still be able to watch them. For them. Because screw renting access to things, but that was from a time when I could afford to buy DVDs. I never got to. I didn't see I think they tried to do a reboot, and I didn't get to see them because it was on some service I didn't pay for. I had a box set of Batman the Animated Series, and see, that's one that I never watched and want to watch, but I just haven't sat down to watch through. Right? Just online, like. That one in the something else, and I just totally spaced and lost it. Oh well. There's a couple series, like animated series I'd like to watch through, and just never got to. Didn't have the time when they were out, and then didn't want to buy them because I didn't know if I'd like them. I bought a movie once. I remember it was on sale, and I was like, I remember somebody saying this was good, so I bought it because it was like on the on sale bin. And then I regretted owning it. I've regretted owning it ever since. God, it was not good. So at that point, I stopped buying things just because they were cheap. If I hadn't seen them. Well, like back when I worked in insurance, literally every Tuesday, I think it's Tuesdays, right? New movie day. Every Tuesday, there was a Best Buy on the way home from my job. So I would just stop at Best Buy. What came out this week that I want to own? And then I just buy it. Back then, I didn't have an issue with disposable income. I had plenty. Unlike now. Best of Gar Wars Season 1 VHS box set. I think I've still got some VHS box sets. And some VHS tapes because I could never find that content on DVD. And I didn't want to I didn't want to get rid of them. Like I tried to find stuff and replace with DVDs, but I didn't have Betamax ever. Yeah. So problem is now I don't have a VCR. I bought a cheap VCR at one point, and like the hookup to try to convert like to put it into a computer to convert a VHS tape into digital so that you could then put it onto a DVD. And it didn't work well. So I then never did it. But at some point I gotta just, I don't know. Either chuck that stuff or or try again. I don't know. It's weird, like finding functional VCRs nowadays can be a challenge. Laser discs, oh my god. I had a friend, my boss, one of my bosses, like work study boss in college. He bought like every Disney laser disc and a bunch of other, like he went heavy on laser discs. And I was just like, and then they just disappeared, and I was like, oof, that's rough. But he was always like the new tech person. He also went heavy on zip drives and like tons of putting everything, backing up stuff onto zip drives, and it's like, wow, like do those even work anymore? Like, did you just lock yourself out of that content? No. Yeah, you really want to find a VCR that was made back in like the 80s or 90s, and hopefully have someone that can service it and keep it, because those will run real well for you. But like the ones that get made now, they're super cheap, and because they don't care. They're like, this is niche content. Like nobody really wants high quality VCRs anymore. Still got a God zip disc. Still got to drive about 50 discs sitting in a box around here, right? It was a neat concept back in the day, but then DVDs came out. Well, CD burners came out, and it was like, nobody cares. Nobody cares about your zip discs. And then DVDs came out, and then really nobody cared about your zip discs. It was really funny that George Lucas felt so burned by the Laserdisc situation they refused to do the home releases for Star Wars and DVD for so long. I mean, I get it. Look, when every couple of years they're coming out with some new thing to put stuff on, I get being like, no, we're gonna wait until we know this is something. We're not just gonna keep churning stuff out. And honestly, that's actually a positive thing, instead of just, hey, every time there's a new format, we're gonna cash in on it by releasing on that format. Like, think about it that way. That was actually pretty good for the consumers. But because you have no way. I mean, you had no way know how long a DVDs were going to be out, and then because then it switched from DVDs to then Blu-rays. But it wasn't even going to be Blu-ray for a while. It was what? Well, there was another competing format, HD DVD. Yes. And people were going heavy on HD DVD, thinking that was going to be the one, because they were thinking back to the Betamax VHS wars. But they didn't realize that consumer preferences had changed, and they thought, well, if we go on to the cheapest format, that's just the cheapest high definition format, that's what everybody's going to do, because that's what happened with VHS. Because Betamax was the higher quality format, but Blu-ray was the higher quality format, and they didn't understand that there was they were in a different period. Because when VHS and Betamax came out, people couldn't watch movies at home until then, right? Unless it was on TV. So all people cared about back then was, I can finally watch movies on TV. They didn't care about the quality, because TV quality still sucked back then. So just give me movies at home, and they were happy. But then when HD DVD versus Blu-ray came out, quality mattered, so Blu-ray won. There were people that were like, "No, HD is going to win. HD DVD is going to win the wars." No. Bet on the wrong horse, the wrong time. Hey, we finished another one. Yeah, I had a friend in college who found the original VHSs of the original trilogy. And we used to watch those. And I remember when he found them, he was so shocked because they had at least like one scene in them that he had never seen before, because somehow it had gotten cut out of. Oh, I think he found the original letterbox is what he found. And there was a scene that got cut from the pan and scan version. And he had grown up just watching the pan and scan versions. And we were sitting there watching, and suddenly was like, "What?" and screamed, and like got up and ran up and rewound it. And like, because we didn't have a remote. We lost the remote to the VCR. Rewound it and watched it. I was like, "I've never seen this scene before." And we just rewatched that one scene like 20 times just so you could like, because he poured over that for so long. I think I have Empire Strikes Back, but I can't remember if I have it on, if it's pan and scan or if it's widescreen letterbox. But I didn't have all of them. I think I just found Empire Strikes Back somewhere. Yeah, I actually think what helped, I think one of the things that might have helped him, it definitely made my decision clear when it was HD DVD versus Blu-ray, was that I think was the PS3 that came out with Blu-ray built in. And at the time it was the most inexpensive Blu-ray player on the market was to buy a gaming system that had it built in. And that was a big reason I bought it, was because I was like, "Oh, okay, I get high definition movies and I get a new video games console. Okay." And I bought, like, at the time I bought like a 720p HD DVD or HD TV. I think it was a plasma, which was not good for gaming, but at the time I didn't know that because it was my first HD TV. It was like 40 something inches. It was big. But no, I mean, I think it helped. I think Blu-ray's inclusion in the PS3 helped. I wouldn't call it a deciding factor. The deciding factor is the fact that HD TVs were now a thing, and people wanted higher quality playback. They didn't just want give me whatever, which is what HD DVD kind of was. I think Sony was taking a loss on each one of those. Well, they usually take a loss on their, like, they take a loss on consoles anyway to try to get you locked into their platform and sell you stuff, like sell you the games. They make money off the games. So it was probably really easy then to just take a loss on the console and the Blu-ray player at the same time. I remember my PS3 came bundled with whatever the Spider-Man movie was that had just came out on Blu-ray, instead of with a game. I don't think it came with a game. I think it just came with the Spider-Man movie. So they were really trying to just bundle, like, hi, get a PS3 to watch Blu-rays movies on. And also it's a game, it's a game console. And it just, it made so much sense. My PS3 came with the Karate Kid Remake Blu-ray. Yeah. And look, that was smart. That was smart. Oh, potions. Potions. That's smart. Potions is smart. We're up to 30,000 gems, folks. Doing so good. Still don't think we'll see 50K today, but might see it tomorrow. Oh, dang it. The 4 time gate pieces. Did I buy one from everyone? I did. Okay. So now we're getting 3 a week from patrons, 2 every 5 days from drops. That's sped up a lot, right? Contracts, I mean, we can pop these. They don't have to hold on to them. These are going on to Allywick until she gets to 300. And then we'll stop just arbitrarily. Yeah, I haven't had a console in so long that I don't even... Every time a new one comes out, I look at it and I look at the games available and I'm like, is there a reason I need that? Like, there are some games that I wouldn't mind playing, but like, do I want to spend that much money just to play 2-3 games? Doesn't feel good. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't even play in the living room. That's the thing. Like, I would hook it up in here. I had it when I moved out here. The PS3 was in the living room, and I never used it ever. I even bought a Wii because I was like, oh, play Wii games on the big TV in the living room because there's tons of room. Never used it. So, like, I you know, I don't know. And it sucks because there's lots of games that I just never got to play because they were on consoles, and I just was like, well, I'm never gonna, like, I'm not gonna spend the money just to play 1 or 2 games on a console. Where do we have to go here? 525. This is what's nice. We're now in the range of earning 1,050 gems when we complete this, plus all the gems that we're earning on the way through, right? I mean, yeah, we're going a ways, but we're flying through it because of this speed potion that still has 14 hours on it, even though we started it 24 hours ago. Oh, I hope they never fix that. I hope they never fix that. It definitely makes these worth it. It's like the only thing that makes these potions worth it, I feel. The fact that they last longer than the label says. I never dare to use those. Well, I knew what I was going to be grinding a ton through through Avernus, so it just made sense to go ahead and pop it. Like, I knew we started it yesterday. I knew I was going to have, like, even if it was just 24 hours, I knew we'd get a good 24 hours out of it. But I also knew that it was probably going to last longer than that. So I knew we'd get Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe even Thursday out of it. Yeah. You talk about your slot 3, 6, 7, 9, 11. What do you, in what way? Like what champions I have in them or what champions I'm using in them currently? Like, I need to know what's the conversation we're having. Yeah, I mean, Lurking Rider has who they are, but I don't know what to do. Okay. Halson's just in here generic as filler, honestly. He does have the speed roll, but his speed effect is garbage. So right now, I mean, he's a strong support for us when we actually have to push. So he's providing damage, but he's not speeding us up. Shandy is a speed champion. She has buffs, but she is in here as a speed champion. She functions like a speed potion. She just speeds the whole game up 50%. As long as the formation hasn't been under attack for 30 seconds. Sheila's in here as a scavenger. She scavenges potion reagents, so I'm just trying to get her up to her cap. Oh, we're making more progress. 3,000 on our way to 6,700. That's good. But basically, scavenging reagents, potion reagents, allows me to make more speed potions. Right? Let's see. 9 is Diana. She's a speed champion whose speed effect is what we want. We want this. She also scavenges Electrum chests, but we're at the cap for that. But we still get one every 2 days. So, but speed effect is worth it. And then Dragonbait is an 11. He's just our tank. He exists here to kind of be up front in case we get attacked. He's sharing health. I don't have any other like speed champions to put into some of these places for the, you know, if I could build a whole speed team, I would, but we can't. So, yeah. But yeah, the reagent scavenger, they don't farm potions, they farm the things that you make the potions with. So the reagents. I'm up to like 1960 from breaking some down and farming some and stuff, so. Halson has a speed effect, but it's not good at all. And it's basically unreliable and not worth investing in my opinion. When you get to the end of game, you know, do whatever you want. But he is kind of a end of game investment champion. Up until then, it's just, if his speed effect triggers, it's like, okay, we won the lottery for one area. Dropping Sheila, Shandy, and Diana from the April Fool's event? No. When I started this account, I did a 3x Choose Your Champion pack from the Platinum Shop, and I got Diana, Eliwick, and Ishii. Because I wanted to try Ishii DPS. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. I like how she scales. I'm not going to say like she's the best starter DPS. She's not. But I think she is a cool, efficient DPS who feeds herself item levels, so you don't have to. But if I were just trying to get somebody started with speed, I would say Diana, Eliwick, and Shandy would be the start. I think I got Sheila from the last event, but I didn't. The others I got out of that pack. But the goal of this was to, like, the goal of this playthrough was, I'd never done a paid playthrough where I bought like a pack at the start. I want to see how much that affected it. It affects it a lot, even though I didn't spend very much. So you can have a super efficient start to the game with a very little minimal spend. And then I also wanted to see like how well does Shandy work as a scaling champ, like a self-scaling champion. She has, or no, excuse me, Ishii. She has this winner take all ability where she basically gives herself 5 average item levels a day as long as you're meeting the qualifications. Turns out it's really hard to meet those qualifications early on. But once you get a Modron core at night, I park her, I turn the client off and let her cycle with Modron automation, and she gets them all. That's why we're almost up to 200. I've never done anything except open chests. I've never put item like blacksmithing contracts into her, and she's already at basically 200 average item levels, which just doesn't happen on its own normally. Normally, for me to get into that range, like over here with Eliwick, I've got tons of blacksmithing contracts in, which I've done over here. These two, all my blacksmithing contracts since the start of the game has gone on to these two, and it's only gotten me here. And she's already passed her and is gonna beat her at some point. So it's really nice scaling. It's just, I think Karlach's probably just my favorite. If you're going to start the game and you want a DPS to play with, use Karlach. But Ishii has provided us good scaling and gold find. So a slot 4 champion that can be a DPS and a gold find to replace Jarlaxle's DPS and gold find, which is usually how you start the game when you're free to play. She has better DPS and better gold find. So, I don't know. I like it. I like this run. It's done well. Yeah, Halson capping his speed item for me is like, at some point when I have blacksmithing contracts that I just don't have, I've already got everybody where I want them, then maybe I'll do it. But it's literally, he wants, now I have a blue. He wants 32,571 on a blue. Who knows what epic is? Like, you'd really want to at least get epic shiny before you try to cap it. That's just ridiculous. That's not why you'd want to, you could dump that many item levels in it just to make him a strong buffer, but the speed effect is like a secondary thing. It feels weird with the way other speed effects work. It just doesn't feel like it's good. Almost to 525, and I've still, all it takes is 15. We're not even using a full 15-minute potion to go 500 areas now, folks, because of this being on all the time. And our speed champions. Wild. What is it gonna be, like 600? Maybe I should have been using the smalls still. I was using them yesterday. Maybe we'll just try some smalls. Yesterday I was using smalls. I don't know why I did the 15 minutes today. I think I just forgot. Yeah, they were early online gaming where, without voice chat, where you had to just be able to type quickly. Man, I think a lot of people, learned to be faster typers from early online gaming and trying to communicate in the middle of fights. All right. Battle of High Hall Tower. To be clear, Rhea Reborn right here is the Evergreen unlock, but it needs 40 total adventures and variants to complete. That's a later thing. We're not worried about that. We're just trying to get through, so... Battle of High Hall Tower. High Hall, High Hall. Speed item cap is 16,162 with a golden epic. Yeah, I probably won't put a golden on him, but good to know. Yeah, I don't use voice chat in games. I haven't, like, if a game comes with it, I turn it off. I don't even want to be in it. I was a big promoter, even when I was doing raids, well, raid-like things and like big dungeon clears and stuff in MMOs. I was like, no, we can do it in chat. And like it was my test to see if this was if these were people I wanted to actually be in a group with, were they willing to do this just by chatting? If they weren't, if they insisted on voice chat, I was like, no, this isn't a group I want to be in. Like, this isn't gonna go well. If you literally can't communicate via text, I don't know that voice is gonna get any better. And I used to pug everything, so random groups. Eventually I ended up with like a set group for one thing, and I think sometimes we would get in voice, but honestly, you didn't need it. I never felt the need for it. I did in-game content just fine without it. All right, so I've still got this is Calyx and Ishii going on, which is good. Got full stacks of buffs when we ever need to use these champions for at least 38 days. Still got Arvola buffs, so these will come in handy when we actually try to do the boss fight here. Are we doing that today? We might be doing the boss fight today. That's wild. We're doing that. We're through Avernus already? I think we are. Yeah, Battle of High Hall Tower, and then El Terrell's Last Stand, which is the boss fight. Holy crap. Okay. Wild. Absolutely wild. I do note that I have a one of my comments under the 5th milestone for going through Avernus and unlocking trials and Therial is speed potions are your friend here. They are. They are. Clearly. Clearly. Does the Forge Run concept? Well, I will answer that after the break. The answer is no, but I'll answer that after the break. Well, I mean, it's yes. I mean, it's yes and no. I don't know. I don't think you have to use it for that. We'll talk a little bit about that. All right, we're back. 10 Miles asked, does the Forge Run concept work for just buying blessings in general? I mean, kind of, but the thing about buying blessings is you're not really harming yourself as long as you have the warnings enabled. So like for this, I've never changed from what I do, which is I do a deep run, and then on the next run, I spend my favor on blessings. I don't do it at the end of a deep run. I do it on I do it on the next one. Now if you're in a place where you're kind of, well, see, here's the thing. If you're somewhere where like if my deep run was only earning me E37, I couldn't earn more. Doing a forge run doesn't matter. Like doing a forge type run where you're just getting basically the same amount again isn't going to let you buy anymore. You could uncheck the warnings box. Yeah. You could uncheck the warnings box in the end of your run where you didn't gain anything beyond this, and then buy everything that you could until you ran out, and then reset, and you'd have an amount again. Technically. But man, that's a weird scenario. Like that might kick in around Avernus, but it shouldn't really kick in before that. Most of the time, as you're progressing, you're gaining power. You should be able to just grab a lot more power later on in a favor run. What you shouldn't be doing is doing like favor runs every run. Like that's a misnomer. We kind of got that idea early on. And then I quickly realized, oh, that's a horrible idea. You're spending way too much time in adventures. It's taking way too long. It does make sure that you're always getting lots of favor, but it's also taking way too much time. So yeah. Gary Kotako, thank you for the follow. On an unlabeled floppy disk the other day. I don't know if I have any of those. I know I've got blank CDs to burn stuff onto, but I don't think I have a CD burner anymore. But I think I've got like a spindle, like a partial spindle. I used to just buy a spindle of CDs, like 50 or 100, 25, 50, 100, and then burn CDs. I've got a partial spindle. They're absolutely pointless at this point. It might even be a partial spindle of DVDRs. I think they're CDRs though. I don't think they're DVDRs. It's just funny, at a certain point you just don't care anymore. As technology changes, I would burn them and make like CDs, like music CDs. But I haven't done that, and I haven't had a reason to do that in so long. Just got started last week. Awesome. Getting hooked on the game. Your guys' videos definitely the best sources to learn. Awesome to hear. Thanks for reference share. You're welcome. I mean, you may have already found it, but the new player reference is the best way to start. I'm sort of following along with it and making sure it still holds up even on this kind of pay to play run. I think the only thing I did is because we had so much power, I skipped the 4th milestone. I did enough of it to unlock Vajra, but then we bounced and went straight to hell. Yeah, Xerxes is still in that, like Xerxes. So here's how this works. We have some new people here. Sword Coast scales its difficulty as you go. It starts off and it gets more difficult, and then you're supposed to come up to follow the difficulty progression. And then once you've done all the stuff on here, then you take this down here, and it's a lot more difficult. So its difficulty scales completely throughout. But Tomb of Annihilation is so this is out of the difficulty scaling system of campaigns. But starting with Tomb, Tomb starts as the first easy campaign. Waterdeep is the second easy campaign. It's a little harder than Tomb. Baldur's Gate is the first medium difficulty campaign. And then it scales up as you go down through Light of Xerxes, which is the last of the medium difficulty campaigns. And then Turn of Fortune's Wheel starts the hard campaigns. And it's actually frustrating more than it's hard. Vecna is more hard, the way this should have been. And they could have just scaled this harder. They never went back to change this. I wish they would, honestly. I wish they'd go back and change the scaling here, but they don't want to. So you start getting, it's super difficult. Like, you have to have so much what I call account power to progress here, because the gold that you find is so much lower. So you have to be carried not on favor anymore, because you're not going to earn a lot. You got to carry yourself just on the power of your formations and your overall account. Yeah, the first adventure of Tomb is the best start to any or not Tomb. Is the Turn of Fortune's Wheel is the best start to any campaign. The problem is it's just such a. It's the gold. The gold gain is so garbage that it's unenjoyable. It's not difficult. It's not hard or even difficult. It's just frustrating. Because I could complete the content there, I just couldn't earn any gold. I didn't even have to level my champions up to soft cap to complete the content when it came out. But even when you have like super developed gold fight teams, you still can't earn gold there. You still can't earn like even like a high level gold team might get into the E30s, maybe E40s of gold. But that's like an end game gold find team with thousands upon thousands of item levels. I think I got like to E28 and then stopped. I couldn't earn any more favor after that. And so then I just converted. Every conversion went there for a long time. Now I'm at E69. I'm good. And Turn of Fortune's Wheel, you could do a little bit better on, but still you kind of hit a wall on how much favor you can earn there. And then it's all about conversions again. They thought changing gold would make things harder. It's one of those aspects of they don't play the game enough at a high level to understand that gold isn't what creates gold created difficulties when you're new. It stops creating difficulties later on because you come in with full epic legendary champions, legendary levels that could be anywhere from 5 to 20. You have fully supercharged Modron cores. You've got all the perks and all the blessings. Like, you've got so much power. You don't even have to level the champions up much. The gold doesn't matter for that. But then when they set the costs of the blessings super high, then like you're trying to get the blessings, you can't grind favor there for blessings. You can only convert. And they're like, well, it'll change later. We'll add something. And no, they didn't change anything. They didn't even change anything. It's just so they learned that lesson in the next campaign in Vecna Eve of Ruin. They did what they should have done first, which is scale the health higher to make it more difficult. That makes it harder when enemies have more health. That makes them harder to kill. They fixed that issue, and the gold scale slightly better. It's still it's still the same values as in Turn of Fortune's Wheel, but because it's related to health, it goes up faster and higher, so you can get more gold there. But it's still, it felt better. It's how Turn of Fortune's Wheel should have felt, and then they could have tuned it a little harder for Vecna, but they didn't, and they don't ever go back and change stuff like that. Yeah, Turn of Fortune's Wheel will absolutely just destroy your concept of how much progress you've made in the game. The blessing increases the favor you can get, but it's at tier 3, or yeah, it's at one of the higher tiers. It's so pointless. I was so mad when they put that in. I was like, you don't put a blessing that high They didn't understand. They couldn't understand this concept. You don't put a blessing that high that gives you more favor. You for when you had a completed run. You put a blessing that high for converting in because you can't get to that value naturally. You can only get to that value for converting. So then that blessing is pointless. Whereas today they gave us, well, we can't go look at it, but today they did give one for Vecna. We'll see what the value. I'd have to be on my main account to see what the value is, though. So they really screwed up Turn of Fortune's Wheels balance. Vecna feels better. But that's another argument for don't skip ahead in campaigns. Because if you're trying to skip ahead and just grab like whatever blessings you can and thinking that that's a good idea, like it doesn't really pay off like you think it is. Especially when you start getting there. All right, we're at about 35,000 gems. This is nice. Where are we going? 550. Did those potions wear off? They did. That's why we're running into issues. Okay. I need... let's say 3 of these. And one of those. For Vecna, it's 200% for converting favorite max level. Yeah, and that's functional. Like, that's a functional blessing, because that's exactly what you're going to do, is convert into it. It's what the other one should have been. Because that one pays off forever, right? The other one, no. Never. It never pays off. The other one never pays off. The new tier 4 is E41. Okay. I think I'm close to that in conversion. Hold on. I did turn that off. Let me go over to my main account. I can start my main account in here. Because I shut it off in the other run. Well, I can't do that. Let me go take a look at it. And it's Broken Brick Gem Farm. I gotta fix it tonight. Now that the event's over, hopefully I'll be able to fix it. Oh, I don't think the event broke it though. I don't know what broke it. It was working just fine. Broke it. Maybe it's that new feat. Maybe that new feat broke it. I thought I had that new feat working well. But I bet that's what broke it. Well, the server's breaking it is a whole other thing. I mean, the server's going down, I can't control. Okay, let me look at Vecna, Eve of Ruin. Oh yeah, I have E49 favor there, so we're just buying all this. And then I'll fix my gem farm around that. Yeah, so I have E49 favor in Vecna, Eve of Ruin. I have E69 in Fortune's favor. But that E69 was all conversions. And the E49 has been a lot of conversions. It's my conversion target nowadays. So. Let me check over here. Oh, Diana's in this. All right, I'm gonna have to... I don't have to tune this down just for Diana anyway. Let's see, we'll pull out... Oh, I already pulled those out. Phrasing? I can't pull out any further. All right, that should maybe help it. What I got 4 million gem. Yeah, that should have been like 2 days of farming, 2.5. Riv's got event buffs. Well, no, because I balanced it with the event buff. I don't know. I really have no idea what broke. All right. How are we doing over here? 500, and we're having trouble with Bell. Yeah. So when you get to Avernus, this boss Bell, he can gem your champion. It means he turns them into little gems, and then they're just gone. And so it's one of those things where, because he's a segment of health enemy, you may have to build a formation around either crowd controlling him or chewing through that stuff quicker than you normally would. Let's see what we can. Okay, this was a little better, but see, we got gemmed over here. Somebody got just straight up murdered. So, yeah. Which he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have ever been touched. That was weird. He should be, I mean, we should be dying, but they should be ending up over here. This is a weird formation. Why did I make this like this? I don't know. Yeah. And we actually want to put it here. Boo! Boo! There, I want to do it like this. Do it like this. Do it like that. There we go. Now we're knocking enemies up towards Dragon Bait as we go through. Yeah, okay. That's I thought I had the right amount of those. I did not. Let's make a bunch of these. Then I want yeah. What new feat? Briv got a new feat in the cash shop called Thunderstep. It increases the number of stacks he earns at the end of a run. I don't. I saw comments that on like scripting it doesn't work, but it worked for Modron resets. I don't know how true that is, but it was working for me with Modron resets. And it's kind of neat because it adds like 20%. I actually found that it was adding more than 20%, but at 20%, it basically means I don't have to stack as long at the end of a run, right? We like that. We like that. So it just makes runs more efficient, but it's cash only at the moment. It's that shop exclusivity thing. It's part of his skin and feet pack. That's like the Thunderlord Briv or whatever. So I picked it up. I had platinum on this account, on my main account, so I picked it up. Not this account, my main account. All right, now we got to go 575 areas. El Terrell's Last Stand. The difficult fight here will be at 550. Because the Area of 50 boss, normally I'm like, ooh, spoilers, but I mean, look, we're playing through right now. The Area of 50 boss in this is Tiamat, the dragon. It's Tiamat, the dragon. You're literally fighting Tiamat, the goddess of chromatic dragons. It's one of the more challenging fights in the game. It is a DPS race because Tiamat is if you don't know, Tiamat is a 5-headed dragon. But the way they've done it is only 2 of her heads are available to be attacked at once. And when you chew through all of the armored segments on one of the heads, it will pull off the screen and one of the other heads will replace it. And if you don't, and while the head is off the screen, it will start regenerating its health. So it can effectively grow back. So if you don't kill all 5 heads quickly, it's an endless fight. Because, you know, she's not killing you and you're not killing her. You're just, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're just sitting there forever. So it usually requires a multi-hit champion. I really don't think Ishi's going to be able to do this. But we do have a couple champions in our pushing group who have some like bud-based effects. And that may help us a lot. It might help us use Ishii, but honestly, I feel like the better scenario is to not use Ishii when we get there. We're going to go as far as we can. I mean, at Area 50, you'll see, folks. Area 50, everybody should be smacking heads. Phrasing? Area 50, everybody should be smacking heads. We're going to use these. What are we up to? 36,000 gems. Racing through Avernus should be a good patron farming variant. Well, I mean, once we get done with this, we're going to go do the variants that are for efficient patron variants. And we'll have our first kind of dive into patron variant grinding. Grim might be up here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We may have to go a short. Oh, here we go. Here's Tiamat, the dragon. So as you can see, there's this health bar, and the number over here on the left is the number of heads left. So we're actually destroying the heads pretty quickly because everybody's taking off armor, and we're done. I will demonstrate again when I will show it again and explain it a bit more. But there's the armored health bar. And then there's a number to the side, which is how many heads are alive. And then underneath, there's boxes that has each of the heads. And when you take one out, it crosses out. So you'll know which ones you've got. And they all do something different. Honestly, though, as strong as this account is, what if we just smoked it at 575? Because remember, this is an account that pushes over 900. I don't know. We'll see. The feats that prevent heals help on that fight. That is a fantastic question, Zellist. No, they don't. Because they only work on enemies that are on the screen that are healing with hit effects. That enemy moves off the screen and regenerates from a completely different effect. It is my understanding that the heal does not work, or that the anti-heal feats do not work for that. So you just have to figure it out, because people would go into this fight with a Zorbu DPS and they're like, I don't ever die, but I can't ever beat it. And I'm like, who's your DPS? Zorbu? And I'm like, switch to Ashara. And then they come back and they're like, that worked. Why did that work? It's like, okay, let's talk about armor. Well, it's a DPS race, and like, how quickly can you chew off these chunks? I should say we could call it a breaker race, but I don't know. See how these are all X'd out? And then when they get a plus, like they're regenerating, you can see their like health bars filling up, like off screen. We killed them again. I have to just later. You'll get a better look when we're not able to kill it that quickly. But yeah, it's kind of a how quickly can you chew through armor race, because you technically have 5 enemies to beat, but you can only kill 2 at a time, and the other 3 will regenerate off screen if you're not killing the 2 on screen fast enough. But if you put a dot on the heads with, for example, Orkira, I mean, that works for the ones on the screen, but it doesn't do anything off the screen. There's all kinds of ways to chew through the armored segments. There's all kinds of... It's really bud-based effects are the best kind of stuff. Now I just want to get to 150 so we can maybe see a little more of it. All right, we're gonna... Did you know you can get rid of the UI? I wish they would move these up a little bit. You know, you can get rid of the UI mostly. This is always generic and plain at the bottom. Always. They need to put Easter eggs down here. Yeah, I mean, we're Shreking these fools. But but then they're regenerating. You can watch them fill up. See how they fill up? Plus, fill up. But now we're gonna kill him. Now we're gonna kill him. Got him. So yeah, we're doing fine at the moment. We don't really have any major effects that are helping. It's just that I think everyone is contributing right now because the damages requirements are so low. Everybody's taking off segments. When we get further, not gonna happen. I wonder if they've ever put Easter eggs down here because I would never know. I don't run through stuff with it like this. That would be interesting. They might have. They might have, and I just never knew. Okay, what was I doing? On my other account, I need to buy Briv packs with penance. Oh, oops. No, that's not a thing I do now because the event's over. Oh, well. Did it auto buy me stuff? It did. God dang it. That's okay. There weren't that many. I'd been pretty efficient. I had spent most of my penance. Apparently I had 15,000 of the event tokens that I hadn't spent because there's 2 packs purchased. Okay. Let me go over here. Okay. Gold chest. And all my gems and gold chests. Still clicking. Down to 2 million gems. Okay. There we go. How are we doing? Oh, we blew through 200 and I didn't even notice. All right. The tutorial missions on your first run through, they hide the super secret unlock everything code for your specific account down there in area 7.5. Oh, sure. 7.5 specifically. Cool. For anyone, the best free-to-play farm dragons is Willowwood. I mean, every free-to-play is going to have dragons, though, but sure. Sure, you discussed the emergent event. Was there anything of note besides Briv's new feat? It wasn't. Briv didn't have a feat in the emergence. Miria has a 60% health feat, which is a must-get item. For late game and beyond tanking. Her health, boosting her health is so huge because it boosts the health of all of her clones. So it's her health times the number of clones she has. So percentage health boosts on her are huge. So that one I'm going to get on this account immediately. My main account immediately. Oh, you know what I can do? I can put it up a picture in picture. I haven't done that in a while. There. Yeah, Briv's feet is from a skin and feet pack in the cash or the platinum shop. Well, putting in distractions that familiars never click would be frustrating to people, I think. So I think Easter eggs are more like something written down there, like graffiti or something carved in or a cool art thing or something that you wouldn't see if you know, unless you scroll that. We don't necessarily want things that are supposed to be interactable, or then people will think, like, then you're telling people, oh, you should be playing the game with the UI gone, or you might miss something important. Like, no, you just want something cool or funny down there. And if you flavor something like it looks like a distraction, people are going to submit bug tickets because they can't click the distraction. You gotta be very careful not to create bad situations for your support team. All right. Okay, what's I'm still, we got those done. I'm gonna open these. Want underpants gnomes that don't drop gold? They drop underpants? Probably not going to happen. Probably not going to happen. All right, my Theodinterax is 106,628. So I literally need 21,000 item levels on it. Pretty much exactly. I'm not going to get that from what I have here. All right, so he's up to 108.6 something. So now I need 19,000. So it's going to take a while, folks. Not that. Not going to take that long, but it's going to take longer than it could have. Longer than it could have. Oh well. Oh, South Park. Yeah, I know. I know a couple South Park references. That clearly isn't one of them. Oh, there we go. Tiamat had 8 heads this time. Just more armored segments. These are the heads, but you got to chew through tons of armored segments. Human died, and yet we're still winning. Take that, Tiamat. That's not how you pronounce her name. When Idle Champions, you chase the dragon if you want an automated Briv gem for him. Because Briv's item is literally a dragon. It might be at a point. Yeah, it might be 2 armors. I can't remember. I think maybe it goes up. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've done this. When we get back there, we'll see if there's a little box that tells us the rules of that level. Yeah, it's usually when you see yellow armor, that usually means there's 2 bars of 25. But we were seeing a lot of stuff there. I don't know. 9 plus the health line, baseline health bar. Okay, cool. That literally isn't something I've ever really paid a whole lot of attention to because it's not bar alarm, not mine. As long as you build your formation right, you should be fine, right? Okay, Briv got more than enough base stacks off that one. And I wasn't paying attention when we got here. All right. Hey, but we made it through. So who cares? Who cares about paying attention when we just chew right through Tiamat? Oh. Okay, maybe it's not a car alarm. Maybe it's somebody's house alarm. But like, I don't know. If their alarm's going off, don't they have an alarm company to tell that? I'm not going out there. What are we doing? 2 minutes left on these. I don't know why I did that. We were already capped. All right, are we chewing right through this? We're still chewing through this health. This is wild. This should not be happening. Why did I pop this? That's what's frustrating me more. We were already at capped speed, and I should have waited until these fell off, but oh well. Oh well. Do I want to change it? I feel like if it's working, why would I want to change anything? But yeah, Grim would help us chew through armored segments faster if I wanted to switch DPS to Grim. Well, I guess I am above the cap now. It did help a little bit. Not the way I was looking at it. So if I put in Grim, that would help. If I moved a Human, honestly, moving Human is a smart play right before we get there. Because Human in the middle column removes double chunks off bosses. Bosses only. So maybe on 499 we switch Human to the middle. Just to maybe make sure we fly through this. Well, no, we're going to just see. We're going to see if we make it through it without it. I love that we don't have any. We have a tank in the front. We have a tank, an anti-tank, and then Eliwick just chilling. Strumming her loot. Just like, what up, Tiamat? Come at me, bro. Oh, that started off with 8 health bars, or the 8 number up here next to this. But so maybe that means just 9 total. Maybe that's what it's doing. I've never really watched this countdown before. We lost Human. Why did we lose Human and everyone else is fine? That's interesting. We did it. I don't understand why everyone but Human. I don't understand why Human died. 673 EO4. 673 EO4. They have the same health. Why is Human? Human's been dying every time, but I don't understand why. Also, why does my changelog keep proccing for my main account when I looked at it already? Silly game. Popped a Lego speed potion for the first time today, and why did I wait to start using them? Because on the potato, it could actually slow you down. I would think you'd have to worry about that. Yeah, it depends on your party, Death Javu. Again, if you don't have a lot of champions that have bud based abilities, then it's not gonna. Oh yeah, that's it. Human's evil. Human and Calyx are evil, so they're not getting healed by Halsin. That's why they're. But you'd think Calyx would die too. But yeah, I don't have a lot of bud based effects in this party, so it's interesting that we're able to do this. Yeah, Tiamat is offended that Human is trying to pass them off as human, themselves off as human. That's what's going on. One minute left on the speed potions. 1 minute, folks. That'll get us to Tiamat, but I don't know how much further it'll get us after that. Let's see. I just want to, again, I want to see if we could just AFK through this. This is ridiculous. I don't think it's going to work this time. I think they're regenerating too fast. Right, an 8. Oh, yeah, 7, 8. Down a champion. Still going. We're going to lose Calyx. Calyx is down. Do we still have the damage? Stuck on 7. Stuck on 6, 7. 6, 7. I got a 6. I got a 7. I got a 6. I got a 6. I'm like an auction announcer. Halson's heals are putting in work here, folks. Normally healing in this game is garbage, but because we're soft capped, the damage off Tiamat is pretty straightforward, and we're able to heal through it. Halson's able to heal through it. Yeah, we're back to 7. So, you know, now we're running into issues with how quickly we're chewing through. Okay, so we're gonna make one change here. I'm gonna move him on back. He's not gonna stay alive. They're not gonna stay alive, excuse me. But can I chew through segments as quickly as possible, please? I mean, we're chewing through faster, but it's not fast enough. Like, we're already into the 7s. But they're gonna fall over. And then we're going to lose that effect. Okay. Okay. So, adjustment time. Ishi's out for Grim. Ishi's out for Grim because Grim removes multiple segments. We're rearranging our party. Rearranging our party. Who do I want? Someone's got to be... Oh, it's... not you. I could throw... Well, that wouldn't work either. It's not really... Something like this. I'd still lose Human in this scenario, so you know what? We're just gonna go Badum and Grim. Badump and Grim. Want to leave Halson in. We're gonna get Caddy Brant. Bad. And in this case, we will use middle spec. We're just killing one thing. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this helps or not. We're gonna alt. Myria and Calyx still don't get heals, but Calyx now gets 90% damage reduction. We're already down to 5s. We're already into the 5s. I'm gonna use some ultimates. Oh god, they stunned me. Yeah, way better. Way better. Look at those chunkages coming through. Oh, dude, Grim just wrecked her. Okay. Then we're just going to go back to that. Just going to go back to this formation. All right, so I had to change a little bit to remove more chunkages. Again, I think you could use a Shar if you don't have Grim. If you have anybody that has Bud-based effects, that would work too. Let me scroll back up. Does Dragonbait taunt? No. Tiamat AoE, so it doesn't matter. It's not a single target boss. Should I buy Marvelous support megamints? Generally, the answer is yes. How many, if so? I mean, yes. Yes. The answer is yes. So all AoE is party-wide. When a dragon breathes on your party, it hits the whole party. Yeah. Support pigments are the best damage option, like the guaranteed damage boost, guaranteed power out of the Thayan Enclave. Again, there's a couple feats. Well, there is a feat that I will get on my main account. This one, because health does wonders for Miria. But that's on my main account. Ooh, guaranteed epic. What do we got? Darlax. All right. That brings this down. We're into the 40s now. 49. Can you change where you put support pigments later? No, not really. So you need to make good decisions with them. So even people are saying only during dismantles, but it's like just assume, go into it thinking I can't change this. Okay, now we finished this. We finished the storyline, and it looks like nothing changed, right? We do now have access to. We've completed Elturel's Last Stand with Zariel. We do not have enough champions, so I don't have to worry about this yet. But we've met the base requirement. But what it has given us is access to Trials of Mount Tiamat. But to get there, you got to restart your client. Or switch to another party and then back again. But I always just restart the client because any excuse to get a good client restart in and refresh the memory is a good excuse, right? Let me switch the game back over. There we go. Okay, so now at the bottom left of the campaign banner is Trials of Mount Tiamat. It's a little exploding volcano mountain. And when you click on it, the adventure is called the Mad God. Complete area 250. There are no restrictions. It's just a unique formation that you haven't really messed with before. Your reward is a mask. It's a MacGuffin. You don't actually get a mask. I hate that. You don't get something that's a mask of the Dragon Queen. It's just a checkbox behind the scenes with no rewards. Like, yeah, so it's just a one and done. Get to 250. There's a story here. You know, you could read it. That'd probably be cool. But it's like, the challenge here, obviously, there's no we have no favor. So we're coming in with no favor. So I'm gonna do like I'm gonna do 30 minutes of gold find, 30 minutes of click damage, and 30 minutes of speed. And we're gonna hopefully, you know, do something. But this is kind of, it's getting used to what is the Trials of Mount Tiamat formation in a way that has no restrictions to it. Okay, did that. Cool. Whatever. Cool. Whatever. Fine. And then once we complete this, then the trials button will come up, and we won't be able to do that today, but we'll hop in to a lobby, I guess. I mean, we'll need to. And maybe we'll get to do our first trials run. We can just start. We can do our first trials run tomorrow, folks. And I will demonstrate how you do a solo run. That is usually what I do, is demonstrate solo run. Legendary dismantles are happening. It feels like every meta event. So like that Feast of Dragons meta event, they happen during that. Which isn't necessarily as like those, usually it's every quarter, but I feel like we've gotten them more often. I don't have a tank at the moment. That's problematic. We should probably get Briv out instead of Calyx so that we have a tank. There's armor here. There's lots of armor here, and Trials has lots of armor. Yeah, so we needed a tank. See? Thanks, Briv. The golden epics don't look worth it. You know, skins are up to you. Feats, I mean, there's an argument, like I think there's a cast feat. Like if you're a cast main, there's a cast feat. But I think that Miria one's strong for I would want it right away. But the feats are going to go into the gem shop. It's going to take like 6 months, but eventually they'll end up in the gem shop. If there's a feat you want right away, then get it. But don't buy chests at all. Yeah. Story is Tiamat gets released from hell in the process of restoring Elturel to the mortal plane and get dragged in hell for reason. Well, the cult of the dragon has brainwashed Tiamat. Is what's going on, and you are freeing Tiamat in the Trials of Mount Tiamat from the brainwashing. This one cleaves. See the hit killed Deacon? It cleaves 2 columns. That was rough. That was rough. So rough, so tough out here for Deacon. Alright. I was wondering, I guess we'll go this one. So in Trials of Mount Tiamat, you're not actually killing Tiamat. You're hitting her so hard she realizes, oh, I'm not supposed to be here, and goes back to hell. That's yeah. You're basically freeing her from illegal guardianship that she was tricked into by the courts. No, wait, no, that's Britney Spears. Same concept. Somebody's bad. Somebody doing bad things, and it's not okay. And even to an evil goddess, shouldn't do those things. Level 1, it's more likely you have to make a lobby and leave it. No, that's not solo run. You don't allow people to join. You make a private group. Do it in less than 12 parsecs? Probably. I am that good. But yeah, if you want to know what's going on with the story behind Tiamat, you just, you know, actually have the story up or read it in the journal afterwards. On this one. Personally debating Eric's golden health. It's the only blue he has left. I mean, if you have a blue and you can pick up an epic, I guess there's an argument that there's some, like, might be some value there for that improvement. You know, that changes the equation, like the value equation, right? Anytime you can change the value equation, like sometimes if you already have a shiny on something, but it's a golden, then I mean, you know, getting that golden changes the value of a normal because you're actually going to get that shiny back to put somewhere else. And anytime you change the value equation, you got to make a different decision based around that. I will say I don't think even with a lot of health, Eric is anything other than a wet paper bag. But just for full epics completionism, sure. But not only did we complete Avernus, the Avengers Avernus storyline, we're now about to complete the Mad God. 'Cause I mean, we're almost done already. We're almost done already. I shouldn't have used, I don't know why I used 30 minutes. A 15-minute potion would have sufficed. I'm being wasteful with my potions. How dare I? Eric's meaningful contribution is gold. Correct. I'm just saying he is a tank, and even if you put him out of the tank line, when you get to a ranged area with ranged enemies, he magnets all the ranged attacks to him and will fall over like he's a wet paper bag. And I put a lot. I put like I think I put like 1,000 item levels on. Hold on, let me go look. Let me go look. Hold on. Now that I have access to my other account, I can tell you. I don't know. Eric. I have 1,954 average item levels and a shiny health item, and the guy just falls over. The guy just falls over. It's rough. He's got a rough life. But yeah, his big thing is his gold find. So, it's a hard knock life for Eric. It's a hard knock life for Eric. Oh boy. I don't know. I thought because we didn't have favor, it would be a problem, but because we used the gold find and had champions, and I have a Corin, which looking at we didn't I mean, we sped through Avernus, it didn't give us to level 3. I didn't think it would. I was like, I don't think Avernus will get us to level 3. It got us most of the way through level 2 though. That's how hard it is to level up cores, folks. All right, we're done. There's no reason to go beyond this because you get nothing out of it. Okay, then I guess we're just going to do this. So, holy crap. Welcome to the end, folks. We were on an ad break. We finished the Mad God. There's no reason to go past the area completion goal because you don't get anything for it other than just the completion. So, this is the Trials of Mount Tiamat screen. You can create a campaign or join a campaign. If you join a campaign, well, there's none available for my tier. When you're brand new, all you can join is tier 1. I highly recommend when you're brand new, you just create a campaign. So tier 1, normal Tiamat's health, 4 EO8. As you go up, the health gets bigger. All the way up to Exalted Legend, which is tier 10. But the rewards get bigger too. So the amount of scales that you get and the amount of chests that you get. Chests are garbage. I'm just going to tell you right now. It's the scales you're here for. You can't do a higher tier until you've done the prior tier. Okay. We're going to create a private campaign. They create a join code that you could give to other players. I'm not. Please don't join my campaign. The creation cost is your blood vials, but oh my god, they even charge you a prismatic for level 1. Hold on. I'm yelling at Sean. Okay. Yeah, that was. Oh, I forgot to. I had my volume up way too loud. That's my screenshot. The screenshot was uploaded because I have a program that takes the screenshot and then uploads it to an image hosting site, and then when it dings, that means that it is automatically loaded into my clipboard, the link, and I can just copy it somewhere. I love it. I had to use that when I was doing lots of moderation, because whenever you delete something, you got to screenshot it first. If you're moderating properly, you keep track. We have spreadsheets of that stuff. All right, so this is what I do. I come into this tier 1, create a private campaign. You pick. There's 5 places you can go: the forest, the swamp, the mountain, the plains, and the underground. They all have different enemies. There's slightly different difficulties, roughly the same, but slightly different. And the first 2 times you complete it, you can get skins for champions. Just the first 2 times. So each one. So it lists your leader, it lists the difficulty, the health, the scales you're going to win, campaign join code. It's no auto start. Party bonuses, we'll talk about that. As it fills up, people will fill up slots. When you go to choose one, well, which one do I want? We'll go underground for Jarlaxle skin. You come over here to select a champion. So this is your assault team. Your assault team gives bonuses. These bonuses like reduce ultimate cooldowns by a percentage. Increase gold find by a percentage. Look, there's 2 important ones here. One is increase the amount of scales you get. The other is increase your assault party damage. Those are usually what you're going for. And I want to use like Jarlaxle, increase assault party damage. I'm not worried about assault party damage here. I know we can solo this. So what I'd like to do is boost my scales. Small percentage, 6.1%. At a max is 100%. This goes up based off item level. It's purely an item level thing. So I'm going to do Makos. I mean, honestly, I should, you know what? We're doing Makos, I should do Swamp. So we're going to get Makos' skin. And we're going to do Swamp. And then I'm just going to start. So waiting on former players. Don't care. All right. So this is the trials. I am in a trial. No one can join me now. I cannot leave. Once you make that decision, you are in for maximum of 7 days. Minimum of whenever you defeat or chase Tiamat off. If you defeat it before 7 days, I hear a ding dong. Hello, Sean. Probably. Okay. Sean pointed out it's not the cost. It was just showing me how many I have. Thanks, Sean. Yeah, we love ding dong. Hello, Sean over here. So you've got a timer down here at the bottom left. Time left in this trials run. It says this week, but 7 days, right? Time left today, 24 hours, because days matter. Each day you get a new quest. You have to go to a certain area. So today is complete area 100 to earn 100 DPS. We're going to go further than 100. Well, we're not going to do it today. We'll do it tomorrow. We're just talking about it today. So we'll do it. We'll start it tomorrow because we don't have time to do it. And I want to show what's going on. You have a restriction. The restrictions start day 1. And every day you get a new restriction. So only champions with a charisma score of 11 or higher can be used. So as long as I complete today's goal, tomorrow I will have in 24 hours I will have a new restriction. And the restrictions pile up. So you want to do your first run needs to be, or your first day needs to be your big push in trials. And what do I mean by that? Your goal here is to create a damage contribution down here. Damage 0, additional total DPS 0. You're creating a damage contribution, which will reflect here, that is going to be added to your party total DPS down here. And that's what's going to do damage to Tiamat. So normally, as you get higher, you want to do it with a party. I only do solos on tier 1 because you can, and there's a couple achievements. This is the one time I achievement farm. There's a couple achievements that are basically really, really difficult to get if you don't solo day 1. So we do this for this reason. To get your damage, it's basically your bud. So your bud values that you're creating become your damage, and then these bonuses get added on top of it. So today or tomorrow when we do this, but in day 1, I will get an extra 100 DPS. Day 2, another 110, 120. It keeps going up. So we saw our high watermark on this account was E262 with Ishii in a very specific formation. If we were to get that here, our total DPS to start would be 262 plus 100, 362, right? And then from that on, there's no way we can increase our DPS beyond that by more than, single, maybe double digits. Even with double digits, that doesn't matter as much as just doing the next daily quest. So from day 2 onward, I highly recommend just getting the quest done and then bailing. And that's what we're going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow we will set our damage goal, which is going to be a very limited number. We're actually going to shoot for 187. It's easy for me to remember that 187 is your day 1 contribution in tier 1 when you're soloing. Because as long as I hit 187, it will take all 7 days to complete this. This does mean I will have to play trials off stream. But that'll be there isn't anything to do. It's just I'm doing a run. When I'm done, I'm out. So that part will get done off stream because you got to do it every day. But we will set up the 187 tomorrow, and then we'll be on cruise control. The rest of our trials, we will be able to beat every day. We'll bounce once we get to the goals. We'll try not to raise our damage contribution, and that'll take us all the way to day 7 before we then kill her off. That's the whole idea. The idea actually is to kill her as quickly as possible, but we want these achievements. One of the achievement is to get is to do all 7 days, to complete the daily goal all 7 days, and then also to get the highest contribution for your party of up to 5 people that you're doing your trials run with. There's achievements for that, and this is the easiest way to get those. How do I get these blood vials? From the chest. That's the only thing the chests are good for, is you open them up and you get blood vials out. Yeah. You also get these scrolls, but honestly, these are kind of, they're okay early on, but early on, like in the lower tiers, you're gonna smoke this. Once you can access Trials of Mount Tiamat, you're gonna smoke it with a group. It's pretty easy to do all the lower tiers. Last time on a new player account that had less power than this one, I cleared tier 6. I had average item levels of 50 on on my pushing champions. And now we've got there's champions we have now that are average item levels of 400s, like 200s to 400s. All right, this account is ridiculous now. I was mentioning that if you weren't doing solo, you could have just chosen Makos and then just waited. Sure, yeah. If you're trying to do a group, you just wait. And you click the box that says auto start when the party is full. And then you don't fret about it. Then you don't pay attention. It will alert you when your trials run is done, and then you have 24 hours to get your run done. Don't sit there and watch it. That's not the way this works. Correct me if I'm wrong. This event is not for newbies. Am I wrong? Well, this is the mid game. To me, when you unlock trials, you have now put a foot solidly into the mid game, and you're doing trials runs. Actually, you're basically 2 feet in the mid game at that point. This is normally just where I stop playing these new accounts, is when I get to trials. But we push a little further in the last one. We'll push a little further on this one. Because you have to beat Descent into Avernus, like the storyline, to even get here. So at that point, you're in the mid game now. And we skipped. I mean, we got here faster than ever before. We're 24 days of play in. But we also skipped Waterdeep. We did 15 adventures in Waterdeep to qualify for Vajra, and then we skipped it. Because there really isn't anything useful if with this much power, because of the 3x Choose Your Champion pack and the epic giveaway. We have so much power. We almost AFK'd through Elturel's Last Stand, which is ridiculous. So we're racing through the game real fast. But yeah, we haven't been a new player for a while. We aren't even in an early game anymore. We're now in the mid game. What I would define as the mid game. Possible to solo lower tiers. I mean, I'm soloing tier 1. You could probably keep doing it for a couple tiers after that, but there's no reason to. Just join a group and knock it out real quick. I mean, why not take the extra damage and get your whoever you're sending off to your party? I don't have access to Makos now. I want to be clear. I wasn't clear about that earlier. I no longer have access to Makos until Tiamat runs away. Either 7 days or I kick her butt. I don't have access to this champion. So you want to get it done quickly. But I mean, there's potential there to complete solo like tiers to higher levels, but because the amount of currency you get goes up as you go along, you want to climb tiers and you want to get them done quickly. You don't want to, rely on this concept of, oh, I'm just gonna solo this. I don't know. You're not having to work with anyone. You're not communicating with anyone. I'm being clear. Where there's no communication going on with the people that you're doing this with. It is they're doing their thing. You're doing your thing. You might as well, do your thing with. You might as well do your thing with friends. That sounds bad, but you know what I mean. Might as well do your thing with friends. Or just in this case, with other people. All right, so we're going to set this up. Yeah, unlock trials. Now in adventure, you'll see now there's a trials button. It's the Tiamat symbol, 5-headed dragon. Right, and the forge we already unlocked, but otherwise the forge would now unlock at this point. So now we have our full bar up here. Everything's there. Yeah. So tomorrow, the first thing we will do when we fire up the stream is our trials run. Our first trials run. Get to 187, get past area 100, get to 187 DPS, and bounce. I don't want to mess it up at all. It'd be easy to mess up on this account. I have to be very careful with leveling. I don't want to get too much power. And then I got to make sure every day that I do trials after that I'm not putting too much power into the system, or else it'll screw up our damage. But normally you would want to do the most damage possible on day 1, but we'll do that when we get next week, when we get to tier 2. When we get to tier 2. Where, I mean, who knows when we'll be able to start that, because then we'll want to try to find a group. So, yeah. What are their gems at? 41,000, folks. 41,000 gems. So we're almost to the 50k gems that we want for our next speed feed. We get large potion of speed. I'll take it. A large potion of speed. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Some smalls. And some smalls. Well, I don't usually use Makos for my. I send Jarlaxle. Well, when I'm in the pre-made I was in before with my main account, I would send Jarlaxle. Somebody else would send Makos, and we had maxed for both. So at that point, and then the ones after that, it's like, nah, who cares? Those are the two best bonuses. Don't forget your knowledge on how to play the game. I'm not. An actual noob would not go as far with the same champs. I understand. But that's why I make guides. I take all of that knowledge, I put it into those guides, and then anybody could do it. Truly. Hopefully it's all out there in those guides. There's 188 guides out there. That's why I make them, is so that, you know, you can have the knowledge that I have. And then why I do these runs, right? Like I do these new player runs once a year. So all right, folks, it is dinner time. I'm going to have to work on my main account's gem farm later. This one is going away. And because we're in a free play, we'll get some dragons. Hey, look, we already completed our daily quest for dragons. Just from Bruner alone in the background completed that. He's also got all the gems from drops. Awesome. Doing good so far. 13,070. You know what? I think even on this account, this feat is worth it. Because we are using her to tank with, so that health is going to matter. So, new feat for Miria. That's our first purchase. After that, I'm probably, honestly, going full pigments. Full pigment. But that's everything. So join me tomorrow. Shorter stream tomorrow, because then we'll raid into Dev Insights. Yeah, Friday we're back with Elroy and the Aliens. We'll continue playing that. It's a point-and-click adventure in the vein of Day of the Tentacle. You remember those games from back in the day? Yeah, and then the tutorial show on Saturday is Garward's Guide to Getting Started. It's aimed at newer players, kind of tips for newer players that may have just come into the game and, you know, need some help. It's more focused on that. Binary Excellence, thank you for the follow. All right. Thanks for hanging out. Bye, everybody.